guy that Mason that you. I'm kind of curious to talk to him.
Oh yeah, yeah. He came on 2 nights ago. Uh, it's Friday night. It was like the last hour or two or something.
Oh wow.
It was pretty intense conversation because it was really
Yeah.
fast paced and it was like he was saying a lot of weird stuff. It was like, man, like I gotta get him to come on
You know,
again.
Nathan was his name wasn't Nathan, right?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
His name was like uh name it, I'm having a brain fart. Hyperborean something. Uh
Okay. No, but I mean his real name. Do you know?
oh, I don't know.
All
I
right.
mean, he sounded kind of like a Nathan.
Hope not. I'll give it to that guy.
Yeah,
I would.
he sounded like a just like one of us or something. Like well, minus the New York accent.
Um,
uh,
there's a dude on Twitter, Nathan, who's apparently he's like a Mason and he's like one of these the Jews. The Chabad is behind everything and stuff like that. And I know him and Michael King got into it a couple of times because we were supposed to have a debate and he like backed down and
Interesting.
yeah, he Michael King wanted to get us into a debate and I was like, yeah, bring it. Name the time and place. And he was
Yeah,
just something like that. And I'm still following him. I still see his posts from time to time, but I know it's like I don't know. I think I like he seems like he's kind of controlled, but that's neither
I
here nor there.
want to get that headless giant dude to debate you because he's such a racist and like he might actually put up a decent debate, but like he's he went all ape shit because I was like he's like, oh, the Romans, the Nazis, and all this stuff. He was ball washing them or whatever, and
Yeah.
like he's like, they're so good for white people, and I'm like, the Romans destroyed the monarch of the English or the Scottish royalty, and then the
Mhm.
Nazis took the monarch of the German royalty. And he didn't respond back once. He just unfollowed me. It's like I was like, what the fuck? That's cold. I thought we were bros. No.
Yeah.
People just kind of weed themselves out typically.
Yeah. It's just funny because they don't want to be. I think one time when I was having that when I
Yeah,
was
your
on
camera froze again for some reason.
I'm frozen again.
Yeah, normally I wouldn't alert you, but you
Oh.
have like
Well, as long as
your
you can
mouth
hear
was
me.
open or something. It looked kind of funny.
I gotta. That's why. Once I get my beard, it'll look less. But we had when we had that big debate that time when I think it was like me and Harry going at it. Um, I think was there somebody I don't remember, but I remember afterwards I got a couple of weird messages. I got that one from that guy who asked me about tunnels, and I'm like, well, there's four of them in New York. Which one are you looking for? And then he was like, no, the ones at the Chabad. And I'm like, well, they weren't tunnels. And I explained it to him. And he's like, thank you for proving my point. And he sends me like a
uh,
stupid Gaia meme. And then like I sent it, I showed Sabrina, and I'm like, look at these people. They're so stupid. I'm like, and then he
yeah,
like and then he blocks me on Facebook, so I can't find his account. But I already took screenshots of him. So I was like, yeah, I'm like, why don't you just debate me, or why don't you like, why are you? He was like sending me a thing of like the Tetragrammaton, and I'm like, okay, and you're being like, that's good. You got like some people are just so dumb. Like they just dumb.
yeah.
Like I'm working on a word. I'm working on coining a term. I'm
Oh,
thinking maybe like something like something based on pedagogy, so maybe like anti-pedagogialism or something. I'm thinking of
yeah,
something like that, but I'm trying to coin something a little bit more precise for like the fact that we should stop teaching people how to read and go back to like you know like peasant, like people should not. Maybe people teaching people to read was a bad
They
idea.
can figure it out on their own.
Well, people who figure it out, that's fine, because that's like that's okay. But teaching people how to read who are without teaching people how to critically think is how you end up in like with like idiots, with like
Alright.
foobas, you know.
Yeah, one of my ex's mom, she used to call everybody ass clowns. It's a pretty good insult.
Yeah, my uncle used to say the masses are asses, and I'm like, yeah, uh,
Yeah.
that is pretty cool, you know. The masses are asses. The masses are ass
Well,
clowns.
one of the scientists, he was saying something weird about how it's like when the individual is the individual, they can think clear, they can negotiate and like process thoughts and stuff. But then when they're like with the group, they no longer think. The group does the thinking.
Yeah.
And it's like that's what some of those psychology books are saying about that hypnotism stuff. It's like the group does the thinking, and they're just kind of on autopilot. Uh, like, no, that goes against the group standards.
Well, that's because it's like people. It's a Dunning Kruger. It's part of the Dunning Kruger effect.
Yeah, that's not the right kind of communism.
Yeah. It's like even like when you have like these people like with the whole whiteness thing, and like these people who are like, yeah, black people were never slaves, the modern black people never slaves, but white people built society. It's like, wait, slow down there, basement dweller. You did not build anything in society either. Like, you haven't built shit. Like, uh, people are just, they don't realize how like they're just like a mirror image of each other. The same idea of like black people saying like we built society and we were slaves and we're owed stuff is literally a mirror image of the white people who are like, yeah, we built society, we were not all slave owners, and we are owed stuff. It's like it's
Yeah,
literally just a mirror image of itself.
yeah, that's how it used to be. Like, no difference between the white races and the black races. They're both like the same people.
Exactly. That's why what was it? John Rockwell went to like a black separate. There's a famous picture of him at a black separatist event. You ever see that before?
Oh yeah,
Hmm.
I think so. Wasn't he connected to the Nazis or something?
Yeah, he was part of the American Nazi Party, and he believed in like separatism, and he went to a black separatist event to as a guest, and it's like all these, and he's like sitting there with his number two, who I think shot him. Who was the one who shot him? And they're
Yeah,
listening to like they're listening to like black separatist conversations, or like opinions.
that's like all that stuff. It all reeks of control freaks.
Something, yeah.
I mean, that's the thing is like people can't just let stuff go. They all want to control everything.
Yeah,
Like,
well,
oh, that's not woke enough. Oh, that's too woke. Oh, that's not right enough. That I don't know what to say, but
the problem is like people these days, like it's also it's the same idea as like why you have all these trans people and the gender identity freaks and all that other stuff. There's no
it's a new
community.
minority.
Well, that's
They
like this.
created it. It's like they engineered a minority.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they do now. They engineer like oppression or counter oppression, and it's like we don't live in a society that builds anything, that we don't have a culture anymore, a national culture. We don't have identity anymore. So people start to look inward to find meaning, and it's like, well, I'm fat and I have a nose ring, so I'm non-binary. It's like, oh, my ancestors were Swedish, so I'm a Viking. It's like, no, you're just like pathetic. Like, your identity, if we had a culture where people had like society, community, all those nice things, then people wouldn't act like this. actually be speaking things like the Amish don't have gender identity. The Jews don't have gender identity, and they're also not sitting there talking about like our ancestors, our ancestors. Like they understand their past. The Amish were oppressed. That's why the Amish don't wear mustaches, because they were oppressed by the British, and the British wore mustaches, so they stopped wearing mustaches. So they wouldn't. That's why the
Oh,
British always go. They don't have a mustache beard.
that's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
why
they never do have a mustache. It's
because the
Amish.
British have them.
I wanted to. I thought it'd be interesting to try to go to the Amish and try to get them, try to convince them that they should invest in gold or silver. Not like middlemaning it or anything, but just trying to get them to be like, you got all this money, you might as well just buy a bunch of gold and like not lose all the value of the money. Fucking
I don't know if they have all the money. Like, I figure they're pretty poor.
oh, they buy up all sorts of land left and right.
Hmm.
They're freaking they're turning into the Mormons.
Hmm. Hmm.
There's places all over in the Midwest where it's like tons of Amish people. It's like, I don't know. I mean, I've heard all sorts of weird stories, but I don't know. It's unfair because it's like we can see that there's a class system when the Amish can live. They don't have to pay taxes. They don't have to be part of anything. There's no, if you're in the Amish and you call the cops on the Amish or something, unless they did something to somebody or something, there's no like law or anything. It's like how come we can't be our own Amish? But like with electricity or something. It's like it's unfair. It's like there's a class. It's the same with any like uh of the classes that they've like the lawyers. That's a different class. They can exercise rights that we can't.
I didn't
Uh,
know call the cops that the Amish won't respond to they won't respond to like calling the cops on the Amish, because I remember
well, I mean, I don't know if it's. I've heard it. I don't know if it's. I do know that when the Amish, if somebody dies, they just throw them on the ground.
yeah, but true. There's an X-Files episode with that. But there was but the thing is like the Amish, I saw a video from like Ohio, from I think it was like Ohio, where this Amish where this young Amish girl gets arrested for DWI on a horse and buggy, and she like resists arrest and fights with the cop. That was pretty interesting.
Oh yeah, sorry, my girlfriend was making demands. I'm kidding.
That's what
The
they're for.
yeah, the what was yeah, the well, it's interesting because like there was some. It's like I've seen the Scottish Rite passports. It's like why is there a passport? Are they a separate society beyond like
Is it really to travel with, or is it just to go to different lodges?
it looked like it was a regular passport. It was on eBay. I was like, what the fuck is this? I saved the picture of it, but I don't know
It
if
may
it's
be
good.
just for like a passport, like if you go to another lodge, like if you visit a lodge and like Germany,
Oh, okay.
like stamp it and be like, this is where you were.
I
Yeah,
see. So it could just be a Masonic passport, just specifically
yeah,
for lodges.
that's for lodges. Yeah, I don't think it's like
Okay.
that can get you through a border crossing. The Knights of Malta one, I think, can get you through. Like the real Knights of Malta can get you through a
Yeah,
border crossing.
yeah, their passports get you anywhere.
Yeah, but it's a separate, and the Vatican, but that's because it's a separate identity. It's like a separate, like quasi national identity. Yeah,
Whoa, excuse me.
pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Cool. Freaking weed. Oh,
I really want to smoke something soon. I think I'm gonna have to treat myself because I'm going nuts. I got all the I'm like, oh, I need this. I need a good smoke. Roll me up a
Oh yeah,
nice. I'll even buy my pink paper again just to roll it up and do it in pink like I used to.
yeah, like thin papers typically. Uh, wow, what was I gonna say?
Um,
Yeah, that whole how they're just really going on about about that. I mean, there's just like a flood of Islams that are just flooding in everywhere, just fucking into politics and like, cause there's some guy running for governor in Michigan or something, and he's some ultra Islam piece of shit.
uh,
Uh,
weed guy.
well, I don't know if he's a piece. Well,
That,
it's he there
that
was
guy.
something that was yeah, I think that's his name. He was saying something that was fucked up, and it's like there's a video recently in Dearborn where a bunch of Islams are praying that they were praying against America and praying for America's death and stuff, and it's like it's crazy. It's like it's if any it's like what the it's just fucked up.
Well, I mean, this is like history repeating again because
Yeah, in Europe.
in Iran, like some of the biggest supporters of the Ayatollah were the communists. And there's a famous picture of like these two Iranian female communists holding up a picture of the Ayatollah. And it's like years later, one of them was executed by the regime, and the other one was forced to flee to Sweden as a refugee, as a political refugee. Because the very first thing that the Ayatollah did when he came to power was execute all the communists and execute
Yeah,
all the left-wingers, and a lot of them fled to Iraq. If you look at like the theater of the Iraq War from 1980 to 89 to 88, from 80 to 88, there's a group on the Iraqi side called the MEK, and the MEK was the armed wing of the Iranian Communist Party in exile, and
yeah,
they fled to Iraq because Baathism, which is what Iraq is under, is a form of socialism. It's pan-Arab socialism, so they were like politically aligned. So or close enough that Iraq was okay with having them there. And
hmm,
yeah, but that's what they did. So it's like it's literally history repeating again. That's why you have like they're talking about anti-ICE and they're like all supported by the left wing. Meanwhile, didn't Hamtramck ban um pride flags?
hmm, maybe.
I believe it was I think pretty sure it was Hamtramck. But it's like these hardcore left wing like Muslims will never speak about like, well, how do you really feel about trans people?
Oh yeah, yeah. In their country, they would probably you know do the worst. I mean,
Well,
those Islam.
Iran does it forces gay people to get sexual reassignment surgery.
Yeah, that's fucked
In
up.
Iran, if you're a homo, they make you go in and become a woman, and if you're a lesbian, they basically turn you into like a plastic man, and make you live as men just to kind of keep society, looking like male and female.
Yeah, the if the society was healthy, it seems like none of the type of stuff would be going on. You know what I mean? Like, people wouldn't be thinking about Islam or their gender or anything. Like, they'd just be having fun and enjoying prosperity.
Like, yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of the stuff with like the trans stuff, I think a good chunk of it these days has to do with like people with like just being brought up in fatherless homes and just being completely and just being like screwed up by the internet and indoctrination and stuff. But back in the day, I think it was more mother issues. I think it was more like like they were like mothers who would like, I want you to be my daughter. And they would like dress their boys up as girls and stuff. That's what a lot of that was back in the day.
or the what, no, what is
And then
that
they
movie? Psycho.
yeah, yeah.
Norman Bates.
I mean, that's
Mother.
dominant. Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's mommy issues. It's like very serious mommy issues that becomes
Freud.
Mm.
Didn't Freud add mother issues?
And I think he used to like to dress up too.
Yeah.
If I'm mistaken. But a lot of them, if you look into it, they have a very overbearing mother.
Freud's just fucked up because whenever I'd take any psychology classes in high school or college, I'd be like, Freud was like the biggest cokehead on the planet. Like,
Yeah,
it's like he was living in a time where you could get the best stuff you could possibly get, probably, and then
yeah, yeah.
he was doing it by like a boatload, and then he was mailing it to everybody because Sigmund Freud thought it was the greatest thing on the planet or something.
Well, it made you like talkative. It kind of brought you out of your shell. So for like talk therapy, it made sense. I have a good joke about that. How many students of Freud does it take to screw in a light bulb?
I don't know how many.
Penis. I mean, 3.
Freud had Tourette's.
Freudian slip.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
What's up, Sabrina? Yeah, I told
Hey,
that
how are you?
in sanitation and nobody got it. I'm like, yeah, I wouldn't guys too.
I couldn't resist. I'm actually at my desk. I took a couple of days off last week, but I heard you talking about trans and I mean the dismantling of biology, right?
Reality.
Of the creation, of God's creation.
Yeah.
And I mean we all know it's by design, right? And the whole rainbow movement. So none of this would have been possible, and Danny, you know this, without feminism.
Well,
I mean, that was the floodgates opened with feminism.
Yeah,
that never had anything to do with women's rights. It was nothing to do with women's rights. But you cannot talk, when you start looking into the people that were at the forefront of the movement, I mean, you can go all the way back to the 19th century. You can't say that to people today, not even women, and also not even religious women, because everyone is indoctrinated.
Yeah.
It's deeply entrenched in our culture that we don't build anything, but we want to be the CEOs. I just want to be the manager. I want to be the vice president and the CEO.
Yeah.
But then, behind that comes the trans, the gender confusion. So many young people they're sterilizing themselves.
Yeah.
And there's an author, and I know Jamie Hanshaw Dyer has covered this book, and Courtney Turner actually met, I think she went to Constance Cumby's home. So Constance Cumby, I think she passed away a couple of years ago. Before she passed away, Courtney Turner went to her home and went to her library, where she said she had thousands of books, many on the occult. I think most of them were on the occult. And to anyone who's not familiar with Constance Cumby, she wrote a book in 1983. Yeah, The Hidden Dangers of the Rainbow, about the New Age movement and their co-opting of the rainbow. So this was way before the 21st century. They already knew what they were going to do. So the rainbow is about Lucifer.
Yeah.
Right? It's about Rainbow Bridge and creating the bridge. The rainbow is the bridge to Lucifer.
Venus, which is the theme. Well,
it's like, to them though, it's like the consciousness. It's like it goes. It's like That's what that Mason was talking about the other night, where it's like I mean, I still think I don't know what side he's on, but like,
I don't think that guy was a Mason.
well, no, I've
I think he
questioned him
was
like
some
3 other
geek.
times. Well, he's definitely a geek, but I'm a geek too.
I don't think he's a Mason, because if you're going to be, and I stand by this unless somebody can prove it. And Danny, I don't know if you know about this too. If you're going to reach the very highest degrees, you can't just
No,
be some ordinary guy because you
well, it's
have
not about money
knowledge.
though or anything. It's
I think it very much has to
well,
do with
no. Let me
money
explain.
trails behind getting to the highest
Well,
degrees.
let me explain. Okay, so my friend's dad, he was the head of the Grand Rapids, Michigan Scottish Rite Lodge back when I used to live on the west side of the state, and like fucking his dad, uh, he was well, his dad became the head of the lodge, and that at one point in his life he was fired or put down by some dude as like a welder or something, and like I don't remember what the story was, but like basically that the guy came into his lodge and he's like, oh, look who it is, you know, because the guy fired him and he was the head of the lodge, and the dude that fired him was trying to become a Scottish Rite member, you know.
Yeah, but that doesn't really prove anything. I mean, again, I'm talking about the very highest initiates. I mean,
Well, it's weird though
you
because
can't just
hold on
have
though.
dogma. You can't
Well,
just have dogma.
what's weird though is like the people that I know in the Scottish Rite who are
Hi,
older,
sweetie.
um,
Your girlfriend is
that,
back there.
they're all atheists. The guy that like my friend's dad, he's an atheist. My other friend's dad that runs some store or something, he's an atheist. He's 32nd degree. It's very strange. It's like, why is he an
And
atheist?
well,
Why are they socialists? Why are they
here's another
communists?
issue for you.
Uh,
So, well, don't Satanists claim to be atheists too? Don't
I
atheists
mean,
claim to be Satan, or Satanists
there's like
claim to be atheists?
there's like 5 kinds of Satanists. The ones that see that statue and stuff, and it's all just like a fad. The ones that are like Anton LaVey, and it's all just like some kind
Oh,
of mumbo
that's just
jumbo.
campy show. Yeah.
Yeah, then like the real Satanists are like Alvin Boyd Kuhn, who believes that God and Jesus are Satan and all this stuff, and it's all about symbols of the human the human what's that word, the human emotions and stuff, and desire and thought and all that.
Looking for, I wanted to find a book that I had, and I can't. I think I might have left it in Pennsylvania. I think it was in Pennsylvania. I read it. Yeah.
Hey, Danny, what are your thoughts on masonry? And to achieve the highest levels, you can't just have dogma. You have to have some kind of a position of affluence or wealth or power in the community.
Well, that's why
Yeah,
I told that
I don't
story.
think, I know people who were 32nd degree Masons, and they were like normal people, you know.
And I thought I thought that Masons don't divulge that type of information. If I'm really a Freemason, I don't tell people,
I mean,
what level I am.
well, don't forget, I am a Mason. So I know people who, who told me like, yeah, I took the 32nd degree and whatnot. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's cool. But like they would tell me, but I don't think most people don't discuss it with like the outsiders. I don't think it's because they can. You can get a symbol on your car for like 32nd degree, or for like, I think, or the 33rd degree, or for Scottish Rite. You can put an emblem on your car. But really, just, it's not something you don't discuss it, because for me, like I kept a symbol on my car, and I kept it on my work keychain, and that was more just like, for myself. But I didn't go around like telling people like everyone I met. And there was a guy when I was in the Black Bogus Lodge in Bed-Stuy. There was a guy whose car was like, I used to joke that you could like hold a freaking lodge meeting right in the dude's car, because so much. And I used to be like, well, that's embarrassing. And I'm like, I don't become a Mason like, for other just to brag or just to like show off to people. I think you can. I think you can tell someone like you're a 32nd. I know people whose like parents, you know, their like kids knew, you know, like oh yeah, what degree their parents were or like stuff like that. You know, if you're a Shriner, you got pictures of you all over the place with the fez. So
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah, but theoretically, outsiders, yeah, you know who the Shriners are. I think Danny Thomas was a Shriner.
Well, that's what's weird though is that
Dave
when I
Thomas.
met like my friend's dad, that was the head of the lodge for the Scottish Rite. He was a super down to earth person. The only weird story I ever heard him say was some story about some woods that he claimed some kind of serial murders happened in the 70s, and he thought it was to do with witchcraft, even though he's an atheist. And then he what was I getting at? But then there's the other type, which was like the head of the Eastern Star that I met, and that she was really kooky. She believed in the Christ consciousness shit.
I can imagine that. I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Well, a lot
weird.
of people who get into it, the Eastern Star, a lot of them are, you know, like the women are like kind of drawn to like witchcraft and occultism. But I knew a guy in my lodge who was like considered himself religiously a Wiccan. You know,
What considers himself a
What was his
Wiccan?
god?
Wiccan, yeah.
Wiccan is, I mean, that's not even not even 100 years old. I mean, that's relatively new.
Well, you just gotta believe in God to join.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what god it is.
No, I'm talking about Wicca.
Yeah. You can be any religion to join the Blue Lodge.
Wicca's, you're talking about Masonry.
Yeah. You could say that you
That's
think
what
God
they
is the spaghetti
say
monster.
until you reach the highest levels.
Well, no, because I
Right?
purposely got kicked out because I was like said that I believed in chaos because I knew they wouldn't accept me because I didn't want to go to the Scottish Rite because it all seemed kind of weird.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you don't go straight into the Scottish Rite. You'd be going to the Blue Lodge
Yeah.
to get
And
initiated.
you know, my employer used to hold quarterly meetings at the Scottish Rite in San Diego.
Well, sometimes
And
they
I
just like
never
read
paid
out.
attention to all of the weird stuff in there because I didn't know anything about it. It's like, oh, Scottish Rite. It's like the water buffaloes on the Flintstones. You know, I mean, that's how those men's clubs were portrayed in entertainment, right? They're just goofy men's clubs, nothing to see here. It's just a bunch of guys getting together to play cards and, you know,
Well, that's what it usually
drink.
is, but it does seem like it seems like the Illuminists they don't control it, but some of them are scattered here and there. You know what I mean?
Well, I
Yeah.
always considered like Freemasonry to be like the shallow end of the esoteric pool, and it's like
Yeah.
I think that once like Freemasonry becomes like a vehicle for getting into like other esoteric stuff and like you know things like that, it may not necessarily be a part. It's like I have the same conversation with people when it comes to Kabbalah. Like we know everything in the West, all mysticism and occultism, we call Kabbalah because it entered the Christian and the West via Jewish Kabbalah. But it's not Kabbalah because Kabbalah is something specific and you know distinct, you know, and to Jewish law, under Jewish law. So we consider like everything. But people who are drawn to Freemasonry are typically people anyway who are drawn to the esoteric. And so I think that from within a lodge, you could be, you know, someone can come to you and say, "Hey, I want you to join this, or I want you to join
Yeah.
that."
Yeah, orders within orders that
Yeah,
aren't necessarily connected.
but it may not necessarily be a Masonic, you know, order because I think like Freemasonry, as I've always said, is it has to do with the esotericism of architecture. And Illuminism is the esotericism of human architecture.
Yeah.
It's like instead of building a physical temple for a church, you're rebuilding mankind. You're rebuilding the people's heads, and society. Whereas Freemasonry is more about like it's like that's why it's a system of morality. But it's not. But it's only to the initiate. But it's for building stuff for other people. Like I don't know if I'm mealy mouthing. I'm trying to figure out a good way to explain it. But basically, Freemasonry, you would original operative masonry, you would learn how to build temples, and there was an esoteric aspect to building. In the same way, like blacksmithing was considered of dark, like an esoteric art. That's why it's called blacksmithing. And Freemasonry, instead of being operative, it's the speculative is more of like self, for like the self, but building for like being a better person for yourself is being a better person to society, you know. And then you have like Illuminism, which is kind of rebuilding, rebuilding yourself, but also to like mentally and philosophically to like rebuild society philosophically, mentally, you know. What I think Illuminism is, it's like
Yeah, it's
people.
like Waysop figure out a way to piggyback it. It's kind of like if you piggyback the program or something. Like,
Well, yeah.
it's like I'm trying to roll a joint.
Masonic lodges were good for stuff like that because it's a universal thing. So you got the opportunity to run into many different kinds of people who were in all over different parts of society, and whether it was like a farmer or a banker, they all met together. So it wasn't like with Illuminism, if you're trying to rebuild society from a esoteric perspective, it's good to have as many different kinds of people to work with. It's like, well, here's the farmer, so now the farmer's going to say, oh, we need to grow soy because soy is better for everybody. So then you get, what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then you have a banker who then they say, well, you should put them, we should have a money system that works like this because it's better for like as opposed to that fractional reserve. I mean, like I'm saying, if I'm not being clear, then tell me. I'm trying to kind of like come with a layman terms for it, but I don't know. I think like a lot of people talk about like Freemasonry as if like nobody can get into it unless you're like part of like nobility or something. And it's like when I joined one of the first things that I was happy to see was that a lot of these guys had problems. No, I'm just being honest. Like I was happy to see like, okay, because I didn't want to like be able, like people used to say like, like there's always that joke like Masons show their ring to a judge and they get let out of their traffic tickets. And it's like, if I got pulled over for drunk driving and I was stupid enough to drive drunk, I don't want to be let off just because I have a square and compass on my car. I want to be held accountable to my actions. And some of these guys, like, they weren't criminals, but like, they had landlord tenant issues that, they were fighting with, they had job problems, they lost jobs. They went on unemployment, like they had problems. And I'm like, and some of these guys were like 33rd degree, so their wives left them, things like they had regular problems just like everybody else. And I was happy to see that because I'm like, good. I don't want to join here to be, to get off, be able to be like, oh, I'm going to do whatever I want and get away with it.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I think Freemasonry, the way I see it now, the reason that I like it, and it's the last, it's the last, it's the last institution of like male intellectual, like chivalrous intellectual, like um, it's like the last male intellectual chivalrous institution. You know, it's not feminized, so there's no like, you know, it's like there's no, it's not a feminine thing. It's like male intellect, memorization, you know, things like that, and it's not, you know, you're not fighting over women. You're not like, you know, and I think that that's actually something that in this day and age is very important because like everything else has been feminized, and it's a place you can go to where it's like, all right, focus on learning this, focus on understanding that, the way old school education used to be before it became effeminate, you know, and you're judged by your intellectual abilities, not necessarily by like, you know, like, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah. What do you think about the harem story and uh the third degree and stuff? Do you think it's a symbol of being reborn in a sense of purity, or is it something else?
Well, I think it is definitely. I've always looked at it as like, I if I could make like a diagram of the 3 degrees. The first degree is like death. The second degree is like the interim between life and death. And then the third degree is resurrection, is rebirth. That's how I always saw it. And the second degree is like, you know, it's because the second degree is based on the because the two ruffians are fellow Crips, and that degree is kind of based on like, you know, um like what's the word I'm looking for, like, yeah, try me, like kind of like ego, you know,
Hmm.
like I'm not going to get too much into it, but it's like try me, you know, like yeah, of course I am, you know, it's like based on like ego a little bit. And then the third degree is like rebirth, you know, like as a new person, as a new like state of being.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a generic baptism or something.
Yeah, like a metaphysical. Like I like I like the hoodwink, like the cord. What is the word that I'm looking for? You know, the rope. I called it, like, if you know, from Nirvana, from Heart Shaped Box, throw down that your umbilical noose so I can climb back up. I considered
Hmm.
I called the rope an umbilical noose, that it strangles you, but it also gives you new life, you know?
Have you ever
Like
heard the term silver cord?
silver cord?
Yeah.
No.
It's something some of the occultists discuss when they talk about out of body experiences, and they claim that the noose is a symbol of the silver cord or something. That's not something that I've ever read. It's just it seems. I mean, I've read some of the spiritualists kind of would go into the silver cord, but they never attached it to the first degree or anything. Uh,
Well, the cord is used in every degree.
oh, okay.
Each degree ritual has you wear the hoodwink. What's oh, holy crap, it's driving me crazy right now.
Like the blindfold. And
Well, that's the hoodwink. Um, the cord is the what's it called? God, I used to know all this. I don't remember the word for it, but yeah, I consider it to be like an umbilical noose. That's what I called it.
what is what does the word mahabone mean to you?
Aha Bonet.
Yeah.
What, the builder?
Oh,
Well,
that's it. The
that's
builder.
yeah. Bonet in Hebrew is builder. Ma, what? Ha Bonet, the builder.
Uh,
That's what that means.
okay.
I mean, I've never really looked too much into it. Um, But yeah, I definitely yeah, that's the thing is I want to get back into it. I do miss it a lot. But the funny thing is like, when I did Johnny Cerrucci's show, he put me down as an ex Freemason, and I never said I was an ex Freemason. I just said I wasn't active. But
Yeah.
it's like uh but I enjoyed like, and the only reason I just got annoyed because I thought there was getting too much politics into it. Like I didn't like that. I thought it was like this should have stayed more like neutral, and I think it
Yeah.
had to do with the social media
That's the
people.
first rule of Lodge, not to talk about politics or religion.
Well, in the lodge, but I think on the outside too. Like there was an incident years ago where a this French guy had posted something about that from that organization in Europe that criticized Islam, like the Islamic takeover. This is before like this is probably like 2017 or so, 2016, and he posted something about it, and he got a lot of shit for it because they're like, "Oh, you have Muslim members of your lodge, that you represent us, and you shouldn't be put." And he didn't even like it wasn't. He just reposted something that from that
Mm.
organization.
Yeah.
I haven't been able to remember. And then like after the scamdemic and like the whole Trump thing, people were just like, punch fascists and it's like, what they mean by that. Someone who supports Trump. And it's like, why are you writing that? Like, it's like now you're creating division. And it's like nobody got criticized for stuff like that. And it like, after the scamdemic, there were people from Logic, from like Masons that I knew who were putting on their profiles like, I got my vaccine. Why didn't you, you fucking fuck? And I'm just like, whoa.
Yeah, that's definitely not how it's supposed to go.
Yeah, and it's like now you're judging people. Like now you're judging people potentially in your lot. Like what happened to like we don't, you know. So I got a little annoyed at that, and the whole thing with my job happened and yada yada yada. So I haven't been able to get back, but I have been thinking about it a lot, like the last year or so.
That's why I never joined, because I thought they were like, it seemed like it was all a LARP or something. Seemed like it wasn't like what I read about in the books, uh, and that like they were I don't know, it just reeked of New Age religion, and it was like,
Yeah, how do we reconcile that with Danny, you said you're a Freemason, and I know that you are familiar with a lot of the very well-known texts by Albert Mackey and Albert Pike, and I mean how is that reconciled with being a
Well,
Freemason?
I mean, I haven't read a lot of like the stuff from either of them. Um, I don't know who has the book that I wrote over here. But I don't necessarily believe that like Mackie I know is definitely considered a, someone who, but I don't think Albert Pike is somebody who has like an authority. I think he just writes stuff and like people just quote it. Um,
well, it's standard reading in the 14th degree.
yeah, I don't know about that because I never got there, but but I don't necessarily, believe that everything he says or is like what everybody thinks and or is definitely like fact because he
Well, I
can
mean,
say whatever they want.
I think that Albert Pike
Mm.
is connected with the British Israelism. Uh,
Yeah,
that and that the Mazzini thing is it's like the whole picture is just it's just really a mucky picture of trying to piece together what actually happened and stuff. Uh, it's been something I've been looking at for like 18 years, trying to just figure the whole thing out, read everybody's angle. Uh,
Mm.
you know,
I mean there was the chief rabbi of was it the chief rabbi of Australia, the chief rabbi of England. He was a Freemason.
well, I mean, remember I was showing you some of those Masonic books, and they had like English-sized Hebrew. It wasn't Hebrew, but it was like in English or something.
Mhm.
It's like some of them seem like they're involved with that crown stuff. It's like uh, there's something weird going on with it. I mean, I can't quite put my finger on it, but it's like, I mean, I know it's connected with the Christ consciousness stuff too, but like, it's it's just it's like you can't be wrong about it, you know, 'cause it's
Yeah.
like you gotta look at the whole thing before you make any type of evaluation.
Hmm.
Hmm.
I mean, it's tricky because so many Scottish Rite dudes were involved with the New World Order setup, like Truman and
Yeah.
what's his name?
Truman was a Mason.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. Truman was also a Shriner.
yeah. I speculate there was like a like.
I,
Well, I
I
found
thought you
evidence.
had to. Don't you have to be a 32nd degree Freemason to become a
Yeah,
Shriner?
No, maybe in some jurisdictions, but no, you can go. You can go. The Shriners are separate, appendant body. So once you're a third degree and you're in good standing with the third degree, you can apply to be a Shriner. And
like
yeah, I know a lot of people who went, like they joined. There was like an opportunity to join. A lot of us when after they got their third degree, and they went right to it.
huh.
They went right in.
Must just be in the old times that it was 30-second only.
I mean, it could be to get like to move your way up, but I'm not. But to become a client and to get your Fez, I don't think it's you
I
have
mean,
to reach that high up.
I've read it in some of the old books, but like a lot of the old books are always different. Like that
Yes,
book I
it's
was
different.
that book I was showing that Mason dude that was on. He was like unfamiliar with some of the initials that were in it, and
Mhm.
then
I
somebody
mean,
might be able to help me decipher it. But
I think there are some jurisdictions where you can start off getting your first 3 degrees in the Red Lodge, like in the Royal Art. You know, like I'm sorry, in the Scottish Rite. Like you can go right into the Scottish Rite. You don't have to go through the Blue Lodge first. So there's different things for different jurisdictions, you know. And then you go to like England, you go to other countries, and it's like in Scotland, and it's a completely different thing. But I've always been drawn to the esoteric. I've always been drawn to like that kind of stuff, and so that's why I really kind of pursued it. And I'm not like I know who I am, and I know like what I believe and stuff like that. So it's like I'm not, when people talk like the great architect of the universe, like to me it's just like another. You could kind of use that as another term for God, in the same way you call God like other like you have different names for God, but it's still just God, But so I don't look at it as like evil or satanic. I understand where it comes from, and yeah, listen, I don't know what goes on past the third degree. I didn't get that far, but you know, it would at this point in my life, and I don't care. I would do what I want to do, and you know, I would do what I think, and I wouldn't do things that I wouldn't want to do. I've already shown like I'm willing to lose my whole career and everything to stand up for what I believe in. So
yeah,
you know, like it's not really going to stop me from if I see something that I think is wrong or evil, I'm not going to go through. I'm not going to be part of it. But
yeah.
if
This is that one book I was reading from the other night.
which one?
It's got all
Which book is
33 degrees.
Which one?
The book of the ancient accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, containing instructions in all the degrees.
Oh,
Charles T. McClenachan, 33rd, 1914.
Oh, interesting.
that's pretty neat.
Did you
Yeah.
know about this or did you just stumble upon this?
Oh, I've been picking at it for years.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Well, I mean, it goes over everything, but like, what was that? I was going through the 33rd degree the other night. Where's that?
Oh, yeah, you can get all that information online. Like that's what's really funny, you know.
Yeah, I don't remember what stuck out about it. The too stoned right now.
If I had $5 for every time you said that.
Oh yeah, and this one is a different liturgy of ancient Freemasonry, but let's see here. Do you know what that says by chance?
So,
Let me zoom in here. I think it's like the 18th degree or something.
No,
Bina is like it's like build and move. And Bina. Oh, no, I don't. Look it up quick.
Yeah, there's a bunch of interesting stuff that. Well, I mean, with Grok these days, I can.
Bina is like I think it's like a Bina is either it's an altar, I
Oh,
believe,
Bina.
or Bina. And, yeah, I
Well, I
can get
might be mispronouncing it.
but Bina. What is it? Hold on. Let me get my lexicon, my lexicograph thing. LEX. There we go. Hebrew keyboard. Um, the more. And what was that last? What was that last word?
Tenuva. What is that? Reward, understanding, wisdom.
No, it's Tavuna. Tavuna.
That's interesting.
Uh,
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah, some of these books are definitely it just goes on about the degrees, what they do and say and stuff. It's not really nothing crazy or anything, but it does show that there is like a hidden. Uh, it's hard to explain.
reward.
It's like uh, it's like it's like you not everybody sees it kind of thing. It's like um, it's like a weird surrealism where it's like I don't know. It's like I think that they just I think they're real tricky. I mean, whenever I would talk to Masons that were really high degree, and some of them, some are pretty open about it. Like my friend that's 32nd, but like the one that, uh, well, like the dude that came on the other night. If you asked him if he was a Mason, he just wouldn't respond. But like the what was it? I don't know. Like when I asked that dude what's his name?
The reward of
I can't think of his name. The the old dude that's like a co-masonry dude. That's what the fuck is his name? He's that dude that knew the Beatles or whatever. I'm too stoned. I can't think of his name.
Who knew the Beatles? What?
I played
Yeah,
Brian.
I told you guys about him before. It's this old dude that apprenticed.
Not the Hieronymus guy, right?
Yeah, Hieronymus. That's it.
Mhm.
Yeah, but like I asked him about his opinions on Illuminati and if there were two Illuminatis and the serious stuff and like he's real hush about the serious stuff, but he did say that he thought there was two Illuminatis. Um,
Yeah, makes sense.
and then like, I mean, a bunch of the research was to some of the stuff was leading to the Cincinnati, a bunch of Masons in Cincinnati, which I think it could be connected to the conspiracy JJ talks about, with that Cincinnati split or whatever.
Yeah. Cincinnati's really doing a lot of craziness, a lot of weird shit going on there. There was a thing that was founded out there. I watched this video one time, and I started watching it, and it was really cool. It was about like gangs and like in America, and I'm like, wow, this is really really good. And then at some point, he goes, "The Jewish plan for world," and I'm like, oh my god, goodbye. And I started looking up the gangs. And I kind of I don't remember which one it was. But it was a long time ago, so I didn't keep a note of it. But there was one of the gangs that was founded in like an abandoned, it's like in an abandoned Masonic building. I think it was in Cincinnati. That was adjacent to a Jesuit high school. And I want to find that again, but it was really kind of fascinating.
Oh yeah.
Like that was really cool, like interesting. That's where the gang was founded.
Yeah. Wow.
But it's universal. Yeah.
Some of the in Chicago, one of the gangs was after a baseball team. Which I thought was interesting.
Mm.
Where the hell is it? Installations. So this is they had like a chapter after the 33rd degree with the Lodge of Perfection, which didn't seem to be part of the 33 degrees. Their symbol is always the 3 interlaced triangles. What does TPGM mean?
TPGM?
The Prince of Mizraim, I think.
Prince of the Grand Mizraim, could be.
Let's see. Yeah, so there's a 33rd emblem right there. You can see the 3 interlaced triangles.
Yeah.
Let's see. There's really not. There was something relevant, but I can't remember what it was. The SPRS. I'm not sure what that means. Sovereign Grand Inspector General. Wait.
Not sure.
Yeah, I was going through it. Like, Deus Memp Jus. I was bringing up something to that one dude that's a Mason about how the Notre Dame Cathedral, how it's got 4 roses, and 3 of them, the north or the south and the west and the east ones light up, but the one in the north doesn't light up.
Yeah.
Like the symbol in the lodge. Let's see.
North is always dark.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's interesting because they use all sorts of. They've got a candelabra in here, yeah, but it's only got 5 branches, and then the west 3 branches, a single branch in the south. So 11 lights. Not sure what that means. Nah, we don't have to necessarily talk about Mason stuff.
Hey, I'm about to derail the conversation. Maybe this is a little bit of an odd non sequitur, but have either one of you ever heard of the German It's a defunct movement now. It went defunct after Pearl Harbor. Bund movement.
Yeah.
You know, they were in California in Beverly Hills.
The Bund was it was like a the sympathetic Nazi movement or the workers.
Yeah, they were American Germans, and
Yeah.
they were American Nazis. They started this movement
Yeah.
in the early 30s to support Tiny Mustache Man.
Bunt with a T?
No.
I just think it's so wild that they were open about that. I mean, granted, Americans had no knowledge. The president did, but the Americans had no knowledge of what was going on really in Europe. And of course, after the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor, then the Bund dissolved.
Bunt.
The
Bund, B-U-N-D.
Yeah.
Bund.
Look them up. Yeah.
They used to have, there's an infamous one in, I think it was New York, where like where like a bunch of Jewish mobsters and a bunch of other like attacked it, and they started beating the guys up, and they caused a huge ruckus, and it became like a shit show. They were like, I don't know if it was in like Madison Square Garden, it was someplace in the city, and they held it, and then they ran up on it, and they were like beating everybody up and throwing guys out of windows and stuff. I think Meyer Lansky was there, Bugsy Siegel, like a whole bunch of like famous Jewish mobsters, but other people too. And it was like they used to have them out here in the city. Yeah, they had them all over the country. The ones.
Yeah, so radical to think about that.
Well, talking about John Rockwell, and John Rockwell was a member of the American.
It says the Bundism was that they were killed by the Nazis.
What?
Well, the Bund, there was different. The Bund means like I think organization or like the German word. So in America it could have meant one thing. I know in Europe it could have meant something else. I mean there were Jewish organizations that were Bund. So
I'll send the link. I don't know if I got the right one. I guess.
All right.
Yeah, check out. Well, I'll put it in the private chat too, so you can click it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bundism.
Yeah, this is the Jewish socialist Bunds. Yeah.
This is the same or different?
No, this is different. This was different.
Okay.
It was a Nazi Bund. So yeah, Bund. I think it just translates to like organization. Something like
I see.
Yeah, but they were Nazi. They were
Fritz Kuhn. See, that's weird. I wonder if he's related to Alvin Boyd Kuhn. Whoa, that's creepy. I gotta look that up.
Yeah, and the only reason I thought about that is I was listening to Conan O'Brien talking to Tom Hanks. And they were talking about their neighborhood and that people go hiking through there. And there's it looks like a German chateau, and it was the headquarters of the Bund, of the German Bund.
Huh.
And Conan said he didn't know anything about it. When he was riding his bike, he said he saw two gals that stopped him and said, "Hey, can you tell us where that Nazi chateau is?" He's like, "What?" So I looked it up, and I didn't realize it had been a thing. And I didn't know that there were some Nazis that were in Sonoma County too.
Well, don't forget, California had a huge German population.
Yeah.
I mean, a huge Northern European population as well.
But they didn't get incarcerated. They didn't get kicked out of their homes like the Japanese.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Which was horrible, yeah.
Yeah, they were, but that's also why German lost its popularity in the country. because like there was a lot of German speakers. There was a lot of like. There used to be a theory. I don't know if it's true. But, like New York was like 1 or 2 votes away from being either German or Dutch speaking. I wish they would have.
Hmm.
I want to create a language German, a New York based Dutch language. I've thought about putting it, of like constructing it.
Yeah.
You know, these are the things. As George, these are the things I think about when the lights go out and I'm stuck at home.
Oh yeah. I guess the Fritz Kuhn wasn't related to Alvin Boyd Kuhn.
Oh, not related.
Yeah, it was worth looking though.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, didn't mean to go off on a tangent. I was just curious about
You're
that.
fine.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Sometimes it's like when you're looking up the family trees and stuff with the find a grave and stuff. It's like the you can go further with the find a grave than you can with like the search engines for family trees. It's like
Oh,
well, yeah, freaking oh, wait, I was gonna look for a different book. Yeah, the you need to reread some of Nasta Webster's, but like just for the stuff where she's talking about the Illuminists and the French and Russian lodges.
Yeah,
She
I
named
got one
names.
of her books because of you, but I haven't read it yet. But I bought her
Which
book on
one?
French Revolution, the French Revolution.
Oh yeah, her books are pretty good, even though
when it comes to big events of the past 300 years beyond the 20th century, I still just know the official narrative of the French Revolution. I still just know the official narrative of the Civil War.
Well, do you know about how in the French Revolution they forged letters from the king and told people to burn down their own manors and shit?
No, I don't actually.
Yeah, and there was like
I know there's a lot I don't know about the French Revolution.
There's like an artificial grain famine, and like there's just a whole bunch of shenanigans. It was like the perfect storm they were creating. Then they raised the red flag of the Republique, which
La
that's
République.
yeah, like if some red flag ever gets raised in America, we better all run for the hills. Fucking because it's like some of the writers back in the 1800s, they referred to Illuminati as the Reds, and like before the term was used for communists.
Yeah.
The description of Illuminati, Freemasonry without religion. Yeah. Yes, it's like because if they're God, then they don't need to answer to a higher power, and that's really, it's like they hotwire the brain to think there's no sin or something. I mean, I'm not religious, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I'm definitely pro morals and stuff, you know.
Yeah.
Heavens to Betsy. Not pro morals.
Did John catch that dude name? Williams? I don't remember what his name was. Yeah. I can take a leak real quick.
What? Oh, he's going to take a leak. Okay.
I can wait a second. You want to say
No,
something?
go. Go. Oh, Danny, you're not currently involved. You're not an active Mason.
No, I haven't been active. I was gonna get back into it after the scamdemic, but a lot of stuff happened, and you know, I didn't start getting. I didn't get back like I was supposed to, and and then I've been meaning to get in touch with somebody to sit down and talk and just catch up, but so I've been thinking about doing that.
Wow.
I do miss. I do miss. I do miss it.
What happens in meetings there? Is it poker playing and smoking and drinking?
I know you can't smoke in lodge anymore. You used to be able to smoke during lodge, but now they don't. At least in New York, you're not allowed to anymore.
Are you sacrificing animals?
Most definitely not. There's no sacrificing of animals. There is, and I met there was. They always told us. They told us a story about how a guy got his first degree, and as soon as he finished and they were done, and they like went to go to eat, and the kid came. He was like, "Yes," but or was I? No, it was before that. It was like before they even when they just finished the ritual. He like opened up his eyes and he was like, "So when do we meet the aliens?" And they're like, "What?" And they're like, when do we get to meet like aliens?" And they
Uh,
look like, "What are you talking about?" Apparently, he never came back.
uh,
Yeah, apparently
when I walk in on, no.
there's a lot of
Danny said he met aliens at the lodge.
Uh,
They played poker.
who wins every Oscar. No. Yeah, no,
I mean,
it's funny
I played
stories.
the video of the 3 degrees the other night that was leaked or whatever. It's really boring, but it's like there's really not a lot going on. I mean, it's like the, the, I don't know. It's very strange. The because all the other secret societies they do the plays and stuff too, but they've got different plays.
Mhm.
Um, it's like the plays are the magic, uh, but like in like a well, I don't know if that's an accurate statement.
Mm.
I mean, it's very strange. It's interesting. It's like the one book was saying that it was comparing the 3 degrees with 3 degrees in witchcraft, and that they were almost identical. Like, except the compass was the sword.
Mm.
Uh, the words were different, slightly. Like the names. Um, the passwords were different, but they would always start with the same letters. Um, Same with the Jesuitism. All the passwords in Freemasonry, in the Blue Lodge, and the other lodges, they match up with the initials of every password in Jesuitism.
I mean, IHS, not Signal,
Yeah,
Serapis, Isis, Horus, Serapis, or Seraphim. A lot. It's because I think a lot of this stuff is universal, but it's more about what you're using it for. And because I do believe a lot of this stuff is universal. I believe that, like,
yeah, it's like an ancient science.
exactly, you know. So, I mean, Christianity and Catholicism use the IHS.
Yeah, in Hoc Signi. I think the sign is the skull and bones.
It can stand for a bunch of stuff, you know. I mean, Constantine was the person who first saw who I think created the phrase "in hoc signo vinces." You know,
Hmm. Well, that's
in
weird.
yeah,
So it is
in
Roman.
time you shall conquer.
Huh. What's interesting because like one of the books, it was talking about this Manes dude, Manes. It's
Hmm.
kind of like Persian or something, and that
Hmm.
he was the book was saying that it was a Roman order, but it was Islam in nature, and that it was that it was a mix of it was a mix of Christianity and Zoroastrianism that it became the Manichaeism. The Manichaeism was the Paulicians,
Mhm.
and the book claimed the Paulicians went to the Orthodox. But like the Manichaeists, though, it's like the claim that they were a Roman thing. That's what was, alarming. I just heard lightning or thunder.
You got lightning out there? Oh wow.
Yeah, hopefully all the trees fell down, so no trees will fall down.
Wow.
Yeah.
I am going to take off. Tomorrow is a work day for me. So yeah, I have to get up early. So but I just wanted to say hi really quick since I saw Danny on. And
Yeah, today I actually got a day off. I had a 3-day weekend this weekend. I was shocked, but
oh, nice.
may as well enjoy it. 'Cause apparently in September it's going to be really busy, but uh, so but I don't know. I'm still fighting to get my damn job back, and I wanted to reach out to my old union boss and be like, you can ask, you can demand something from Mom Donnie. Like, you don't have to like let this pissant who's never worked a day in his life, who's a spoiled rich kid. Like, you don't owe him anything. You're helping cover his budget by you're potentially destroying these guys' pensions. Like, you can say something to him. You can say like, you know, I want this, and if not, we're gonna have problems. Like, you can make a threat. Like, God, I hate what men have become. Absolutely balls. Like,
Yeah.
fucking Mom Donnie. You're gonna let this piss man walk all over you and like not take any demands from you. Meanwhile, you're letting him do what he wants. He basically, because you're letting him get, you know um you're basically paying his budget, by and potentially screwing up all these people's retirement.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking pisses me off.
Yeah.
Mom Donnie takes his orders from somewhere else, just like AOC, just like Ayanna Presley, just like all of they're all a bunch of dodos. They're just the puppets.
Oh yeah.
It's the puppeteers that nobody knows who they are.
Well, we know who they are. We know who they are.
It's like Cooper attributes Illuminism to Paracelsus, Muhammad, and somebody else. Like, there was another episode that I played last night too, where he was attributing Illuminism to Islam, and that I think that is like a thing. That the Hashashim splitting into two orders, one good, one bad, and then let's see, we got a guess here.
Like Sufism.
Yeah, like, well, I mean, like,
Hey.
Everyone takes their orders from the Blue Avians. I don't know if you all knew that.
For some reason,
I think you mean the vampires.
That's another level above the Blue Avians. We can't talk about that.
I thought it said the Blue Avian spirit of David Wood, and I was like, wait.
No, David Wilcox. It is I, the disembodied Blue Avian spirit of David Wilcox.
I was like, wait, David Wood? Oh, yeah, I see it says Wilcox. I was like,
Is that the aliens you guys talked to in the Freemason Lounge? Is the Blue Avians? I knew it. I knew it. I knew it.
Well, it's the blue.
So JJ, I'm glad I got to say hi to you really quick. I'm on my way out.
You're leaving? All right, man. Well, it's great catching up with you briefly here.
Yeah, glad I got to say hi. Have a good
I'll
night.
put a good word in with the Blue Avians for you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Good night. Night, Danny. Night, Clint.
Peace out.
Nice to stop by.
No, we got some echo going on. Let me try to refresh my page here.
Hello.
So what's going on in New York City? I've seen a recent video of Cookie Monster assaulting an Insomnia Cookies establishment in New York City. I'm not sure if it's real. It might be AI.
I mean, at this point, I probably won't real, but we just had enough. We had to get a Dominican parade, which we needed like a hole in the head, and of course, I hear. Of course, it ended in violence, people getting arrested, a whole lot of trash everywhere.
I used to love that. I used to love that town. I spent many of drunken nights in that town over the years.
Used to be a fun town.
It used to be a fun town. I got the last of it, I think, in 2019.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
I was there in July 2019. I took my son there to show him the full tour. We spent a few days there. Went to Coney Island. We went everywhere.
City Island, yeah. Clint, I can hear myself.
Yeah, I can hear it too. I don't know which. Maybe
I can hear all of you guys if that helps.
let's see.
Maybe it's,
Is it still going? I don't hear it now.
let's try it again. Yeah, I hear
I
myself.
can hear you. That's weird. Let's see. Okay. Now try it.
I switched something on my end. Oh, okay. Nope, back again.
Maybe try refreshing your screen or something.
Hold on, let me sign out and come. 1 second.
Well, I can't stay long either. I just got finished up with one of my shows. That's the only reason I'm up at this late, to be quite honest with you.
Oh, yeah.
I'm doing my Sunday shows again. You'll have to join me over there. We'll have to talk some Bill Cooper. I got some Bill Cooper topics I'd like to just do an overview of some of the shit dude was talking about versus where we're at today.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's definitely relevant.
Oh, dude, I mean, like, even as much folks as like read his book or whatever, listen to his radio show or his lectures, he's far more. I mean, he's just as prescient as Philip K. Dick is with some of his writings.
Yeah.
In a different capacity, both men seem to predict the future.
Well, I've been investigating that British Israelism connection with that Christian identity and.
Well, that's what I'm saying, dude. He's all about the Baha'i stuff, and there's the top Baha'i dude that's connected to the Charlie Kirk assassination.
Whoa.
Yeah, supposedly the top Baha'i dude, he's this banker dude named Gary out of Omaha, Nebraska. He was supposedly eating lunch that day with Ben Shapiro when Ben Shapiro got the first phone call, allegedly from Kirk's security team. So the whole thing's fucking suspect, but nonetheless, in and around the orbit of it is the head of the Baha'i faith in America.
Yeah, that's pretty fishy.
For sure, dude.
I don't know if it's for you, if it's for you too, JJ, but Clint, you're coming in very low.
Oh,
Yeah, you're coming in like very low. I don't hear myself.
I know why.
There you go.
There it is.
Yeah, there you go.
StreamYard defaults to his computer, I think, doesn't it?
Yeah, just going to the camera audio.
Stupid StreamYard.
I
had problems with it all night, dude. Every time I played a video, or every time my guest played a video, it did this weird echo thing too. It was weird.
Yeah, I think that we're being tampered with or something.
Is that by the Blue Avians technology? I think you're right, dude. I think you're right.
That's weird because like that lady, the Patty Hearst thing, it's like she was connected to Bahaism through her grandmother or whatever, and like I think that the Donald DeFreeze guy was like a closet Bahaist. That his symbol was a Bahaist symbol, the 7-headed serpent, the Cinque Mutwa or whatever, meaning fifth prophet, just like the fifth Buddha, which is the Christ consciousness. It seems like they're.
I don't even like the first Buddha, dude, let alone the fifth Buddha.
Well, it seems like their Christ consciousness is like a revolutionary mindset that they put into people and like turn them into maniacs or something.
By maniacs, do you mean the Buddha sucking on a young child's tongue on camera?
The
Tibetan
Dalai Lama.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. the Dalai Lama. They're all the same, dude. Let's be honest about the situation.
There's a thing of Arafat doing that too. Of Arafat like kissing little boys. There's like a whole bunch of photos of him doing that.
Let's
But
look up.
yeah, he was some kind of intel. I think his wife was too. Wife's Catholic, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know too much about Baha'ism, but now that I think it was you, JJ, who told me who solved the puzzle on Curtis Sliwa for me, and that's been blowing my mind because now he's funny because he's got that whole animal rights thing going, and they're trying to advocate to get rid of the Central Park horses, and if those horses get rid of them, then they're going to end up as glue. And he's advocating for basically like killing all these horses all these horses getting clipped down. You know, even though
you can't trust a man who wears a beret. That's all I'm saying.
Touche.
Yeah.
Never trust. I used to wear a beret for 20 years in the Air Force. Never trust a man who wears a beret.
I wore a beret in the idea.
There you go. You know what I mean. We're the government. We're here to help.
Yeah. But
beret.
Yeah, it's not really like it's not a what's the word I'm looking for? I'm tired of shit. It's not a very practical hat to wear, dude. Like, I literally have like a sunburn mark across my forehead from like where I used to wear my beret and shit. You know what I mean? Because like there's generally speaking, you want some sort of brim if you're out in the sun all the time. And it's the beret offers you no such brim, no such sun protections.
In Israel, we wore it folded. We wore it like folded in the middle, so we didn't do it to the side. We did it like in the middle.
What? Folded to the middle? What, like a Confederate cap or something? What are you talking about? I'm not familiar with this. I've worn a lot of berets, sir. I'm not. I gotta look this up. So folded in the middle, dude.
It's like to the side, like a lot of them to the side, but these.
Yeah. No, that's the way I wore mine to the side. All right. Yeah, so you went more Ranger style. You went Ranger style.
We would shave it, put it under our mattress to get it all flat, and then it would just.
Oh yeah, dude! You got to go through some efforts, right, to make that work, to get it shaped properly.
Get it perfect, yeah. Because if it was slightly askew, it looked funny. So you wanted it a perfect.
Well, it looks like I don't see a lot of standardization here, sir, as far as the wear of these things. So it looks a lot like the Air Force military police, dude. You can find any military police unit; everyone's got a different style beret, dude. Mine was more like this guy's style right here, because we had a badge, we wore a flash on the front of it. So you had to fold over the flash, is what I'm saying. But are you talking about this guy in the middle right here, folded in the middle?
Yes. Yeah. That's how the ones on the side, those are that's paratroopers. So I don't know. I think they wear it a little differently, but we would wear it similar to the guy in the front.
Yeah, that is a unique.
Paratroopers do what they want though, because they're the elite.
That is a unique style. So this is what I'm talking about. You couldn't do that with mine because you got a flash in the middle of it.
Yeah, we had one too. We had if you look on the other one, he's got one also, but it's off to it's pointing to the side. You go back to the previous image. He should have. Oh no, he doesn't have one. That's weird.
Yeah, but this guy right here behind him to his left is kind of he's got something on the front of his. You can see what the
IDF logo with a piece of plastic behind it. The Israeli army is very, very cheap.
Yeah, because you don't have a lot of real estate on a beret, dude. Once you pop a big ass patch like this on there, because it's got a big piece of cardboard behind it too. It's not just a patch. You can only fold it in so many specific ways, you know.
Yeah. My parents.
It's not conducive to anything, dude. It's a wool fucking beret, dude. It doesn't breathe for shit. You know what I mean? It offers no sun protections. I repeat, zero sun protections.
All cosmetic.
I'm a half ginger, sir. You can't be putting me out in the heat without sun protections.
Yeah. I found. I was at the bus station one time, and I found a black beret, which is like the armor, and somebody lost their beret, so I was like, "Yeah, fuck it." I took it and gave it as a gift to my dad. I was like, here you go, have a black beret for yourself. But I think my parents still have my green one, my Nahal one. So
What's that? What's Naha?
Nahal was the unit I was in.
What do they
Noarim
do?
Noarim Cholatzim Lekravi, the fighting pioneer youth. They were, or like, it was the children of. It was a unit started by like the kids of farmers, like Israeli farmers. They started the Nahal unit. It was like kibbutzniks.
Israeli rednecks.
But yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. But it was a lot of American.
I'm sure there's a distinct difference from a unit of that than folks from an urban area.
Yeah, there's actually there's a lot of like culture behind the army because it's a national conscription.
Right,
So,
that's what I'm saying. It gets passed down through the ages.
Yeah, like the people. Apparently, the people who were like kind of simple, even though it weren't, but it was kind of like geeky people, went to artillery, which is the blue beret. They went to the artillery, so a lot of people were like, "This kid's a little weird. He's probably in artillery." Yep, sure enough, he is.
Oh, so everybody wears a beret in the IDF?
Yeah, everybody wears a beret.
Okay. So that was one thing I enjoyed about the Air Force, as far as, I wasn't, because you got the Chair Force, then you got the Air Force, and I was part of the Air Force, not the Chair Force.
Chair Force.
Yeah, the Chair Force is anyone who doesn't wear a beret, and then all the beret folks are in the Air Force.
Yeah, no, everybody wears a beret. It's based off the English Army, because it's based off how the English Army, and the English Army wore berets, I guess. I don't know. I think they still do, but at least...
They also drink tea and eat things called spotted dick, so there's a reason why we left there in 1776. America.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
It's just the Air Force Special Forces, the cops, and that's it in the Air Force. So you can tell the workers are the ones that wear the fucking berets in the Air Force.
It's funny because the easiest elite unit to get into in the IDF was the Special Forces for Armor, and basically their entire job was to drive in front of armored units and get blown up, so the tanks knew where they would be, who was aiming at them. That was the entire thing. So it had like also like people who would not really be functionable, and like they would never get into like the paratrooper elite or the or like Golani elite or whatever the other elite units. So they would go to that one because it was easy to get into, and they would get elite unit pay. But in an actual war zone, their job was just to get blown up. Because like they would drive ahead. Yeah, they would drive ahead of the tanks of like the armored unit. They would drive ahead, and someone would fire an RPG at them, and now the tanks knew where the RPG was coming from. So,
do they do like a lot of? Do they do testing? Like, are you a tardball and who's not a tardball testing?
What do you mean? Like
aptitude testing, I guess is the word I was looking for, but I couldn't think of.
I'm not sure. I mean, they like, I mean, you could do like, there are tests to like special forces and stuff. Like every unit has a
really? Okay.
Yeah. Like Nahal had a
physical shit though, right? That's more physical test, right?
Yeah.
Like the American forces all have the ASVAB test, the Armed Forces Special Vocational Aptitude Battery or some dumb shit.
Yeah. These were more like I remember when I was in because before like all the immigrants go to a 2-month base, like training base before their actual conscription that the Israelis don't do, and all the guys when they call it a gibush. I don't know what it is in English, but it's like for going into special forces. Like if you wanted to get into the paratroopers, and they make you like run with logs. They, you don't sleep.
They call it indoctrination.
Yeah. So
that's literally the name of the Special Air Force or any of the U.S. Special Forces. They call it indoc training.
Oh yeah.
Most folks don't graduate indoc.
Yeah, a lot of people won't do it, won't get through it either. Like they make you basically eat MREs and crap for like while getting an hour of sleep a night and running around all day. And then they'll start, like one of the things they'll do is they'll start a barbecue, and they'll start like grilling meat while you're chilling over there. and you're more than, and if you want it, then you can get out and quit the training and go eat a steak. But but you had to like survive it. And some of these guys, it was like, bro, that was the hardest part of it. Like you could smell they're cooking a freaking barbecue, and like you're sitting there running with a log, out in the desert.
Yeah, that's wild. I mean, I never had to run with a lot of logs. I mean, I did from time to time, but just in the Air Force military police training, we had to do 2 weeks of, we did, I think, 4 weeks, but 2 of ground combat training, like basically infantry training. But 2 weeks of it, we literally played a war game. So
Yeah.
and I was there in the wintertime in San Antonio, Texas, which we had snow. So I'm literally out there in the snow playing war games and shit, eating MRAs for 2 weeks, sleeping 2 hours a night because they intentionally sleep deprive you, right? Like that's a big part of it.
Yeah,
you're up for like 48 straight hours, and then like the next 10 days you get like 3. If you're lucky, you get 3 hours of consecutive sleep.
Yeah, it was crazy too, because like when I was out in the field, like we used to, like during our Hell Week. Sorry, it might be a little TMI, but like I did not take a shit the entire week. Not because like I couldn't take a shit in the desert if I had to, but I was everything that we were eating basically just balled up in our stomach. Like it was nothing with like real fiber.
That happens, dude. That happens a lot, dude. I've seen it happen a lot. Folks get like, there's dudes in my boot camp that didn't shit for a couple weeks after they got there, dude. And I was like, Jesus. What, dude?
Yeah, because everything you eat.
You say there was a remedy? Burn some charcoal or something and eat it.
Well, the remedy I had was at the end of our Hell Week, they had like a family day, and because we had no family there, they took us to a park and did a barbecue for us, and like like it was like sponsored by probably some Christian organization. And I ate real food for the first time in 2 weeks. And I went and I had to use the restroom like right away. And I went to in the park, and let's just say somebody had to flush that for me because I couldn't do it. It was nothing was going down. So I was like, you know what? I give up. No one's gonna know it was me. And I didn't clog it, but it just wasn't going down.
Well, those MREs are meant to like bind you up or something.
Yeah, they do.
The MREs, dude. I don't know what it is. I think it's like a change of environment, stress, or whatever. But like a stress response. Like it's just not like you're like stressed out, but like a physical stress response to change of environment. Because I've seen dudes, and like I said, dude, like that was a solution. At least one of the dudes' shitting problems was we'd have like after like 2 weeks we had like liberty for like 15 minutes. You get quote unquote liberty to go to the vending machines and shit.
Yeah,
the dude just hammering Snickers bars and shit. And brains out later because it's the first like non fucking. Like junk food, and then apparently that, he just decided he could finally shit. I'm like, all right, good for you, bud. I don't know what it is. I've seen it happen though, folks. That happens.
My friend got to go back we were out in the field. They call it M16 week. It's basically a week of all just like learning to be a good shot, like learning to shoot. And it's out in the field, and I took money with me, and my friend got to go back to, he got to go back to the base for something. And I'm like, bro, go get me a Fanta. And he went, I gave him money, and he came back with a Fanta. And by the time he got it to me, it was already like piss warm. But I'm like, I don't care.
Right. It don't matter at that point.
The whole week I was hankering for, all I could think about was an ice cold Dr. Pepper. And when I got out, before I went to visit my hash dealer, when we got out for the weekend, because we used to go home on the weekends.
We had different military experiences. I did not have a hash dealer.
Well,
I wish I did.
Well, I had one, but he was outside of the base, But
either way, I didn't have that experience. I wish I.
Yeah, we didn't. We only got drug tested once, and I didn't get drug tested, but I think that's because like I wasn't. They knew that they might have known, but I don't care. They didn't drug test everybody, but I was freaking out. But I went first to Renana, where there's a store where you could buy American products. And I bought a 12-pack of Dr. Pepper. And then I went back to Tel Aviv to my hash dealer's house. And I was like, and I had to walk up 5 flights of stairs. And I had just been in the field all week. And I smoked my first hash. And I was ripped to shit. And then I took I was like, I must have, because like there's military police around the country and they can stop you for stuff, you know. But if you're in uniform, and I was like, please, I don't want to get stopped. I used to hide my hash. Like we had this jacket that had a hood that came out of it. So when I used to buy my hash, I used to put it into the zipper part of my hood. I figured that's the best place to hide it.
It's a good hiding spot.
Yeah.
You didn't use the good old prison wallet?
No, exit only, do not enter. You know,
you can swallow some balloons over then, I guess, in that regard.
Well, that's true. I mean, we had a pocket on our pants that we used to keep our bandage in, and if I brought my hash pipe to base, I used to keep it underneath that. So I used to like take out it was called a tough olive. I used to take that out, put my hash pipe in, and put my bandage pack over it, and then
sounds like more reasonable solutions than what I just proposed. So good for you.
Yeah.
Well done, sir. Well done.
I used to just put weed in my socks when weed was.
Yeah, but smuggling stuff on a military installation is not ever easy.
You know what the funniest thing was? Is like my hash dealer I think he was in Lebanon in '82, and there was a story he told me. I don't know if it was him or somebody else. They were the driver for the lieutenant, and he brought like $100 with him. And when he got to Lebanon and he found a farmer, he's like, $100, find me all the hash you can get. Find me hash. Dude comes back with a brick, like an actual brick of hash. He gives him the money, and the dude's like, "Oh, I don't know where to put it." So he stuffs it underneath his ceramic vest, like the ceramic, like it's like a heavy bulletproof vest. He sticks it under there. He gets into his lieutenant's car. It's boiling hot, and it starts to smell. And his lieutenant is like, "What the hell is that?" And he's like, "Oh, I don't know. They might be growing, you know." And he had to like drive back with like a hash underneath.
Must be a skunk. We must have run over a skunk back there.
Yeah. Those Lebanese skunks, you know.
Yeah, fucking Lebanese skunks. They're putrid, dude. You gotta watch out for them.
I had a friend who was in special forces for Givati, and on his days off, he used to go to the Bedouin villages and buy heroin. And that was really bad. I know they were watching him, and I know that they caught him because they woke him up one night and pulled him out of his unit. But because like if he could have gone there, he could have gotten abducted. They would have killed him just to steal his gun. Like the Bedouins are not someone to mess with, especially the desert Bedouins in the middle of the Negev.
Yeah, they live in the Bronze Age still.
Yeah, pretty much. Their village, they have one actual village, and then the rest of their villages are like ramshackle, like just tin cans. Like
yeah, I've encountered the Bedouins in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraqistan, probably some other places in that general vicinity. Yeah, they're like the Jibbos of the Middle East, dude. You don't want to mess with them. You know, the best either tell them to get out of here or shoot them. One of the two.
Did they drink that desert whiskey tea like the Egyptians did, or
desert whiskey tea?
Yeah.
No, I had the liberty, at least one of my long deployment of almost a year, I had the liberty to get over to the Horn of Africa, where there was liquor readily available at the airport that I would may or may not have started a smuggling operation myself. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
One of my troops' mothers was shipping him alcohol in shampoo bottles. She's a CIA analyst.
Oh, nice.
She was shipping from Langley. She's shipping her son alcohol, and I'm like, "Look, dude, we can find easier ways." You know what I mean? Yeah. This is, you know, because and then I was like, and so that was my solution. I was like, "How about this? Let's do this."
Yeah.
Because I was already fine not drinking. I never drink in my deployments anyway, even though it was all I could always find it. But I mean, I drank on that one a couple times, but it was 6-7 weeks in a row. But it's not a big deal. I mean,
I don't know. I think with the military,
yeah, like, why are you so wasted in the Middle East? Like, no, it's cool, man.
I don't know. I always thought that if I was going to go to war, I'd rather have pre-rolled joints to just sit there and chain smoke than to have alcohol. I don't know why, but weed I think would be better to make it through a war zone than
way better, dude. Way better.
Like
the Canadian forces let their folks smoke weed, dude. The American forces like no weed.
Well, I mean, I know like when Vietnam, my uncle they used to walk around with cigarette packs cut with like 20 weed joints that they were pre-rolled. They'd buy it and they just sit around smoking those all day.
Fuck yeah, that's the people I worked for when I first joined the Air Force. Were old Vietnam, and then immediately after their post-Vietnam era vets, you know, that were in the Air Force the years that they're just smoking pot out on the flight line and shit.
Yeah, I used to
that all
smoke.
changed came 9/11 though, man. It was a fucking culture shock of all culture shocks. We went from the pot smoking, you know, the people at least had the ads who were like, yeah, it's fucking, they're just smoking pot. It's only the flight line attitude to like, you know, we're at war and shit. So it was a weird transition.
Yeah, I used to sit and smoke on guard duty. I would like have my hash pipe and I'd take a few puffs and I would like smoke it on my on duty. And I remember one time my lieutenant came up and he's like, we're gonna do a practice of like in case somebody shows up that's, you know, and it's like, oh crap. And I was like all high, having to like get like give and take orders because like I was in the watchtower. So I was seeing from a distance. So I had to call out that I'm seeing something and give a thorough description of it. But yeah. I had a chance to kill 2 people, but I didn't take it. And it was kind of like
2 birds, 1 stone, dude. 2 blue avians with 1 stone.
Yeah. I didn't, you know, it's like I was out they sent me to do guard duty by our shooting range, which is probably like a half mile from our base. And they drove me out there and and I had to sit there because like the Bedouins would come and steal bullet shells and repack them and then resell them to, I guess, the Palestinians.
They're jibbos, dude. You gotta watch out for them. They shouldn't be trusted.
Well, that was one of their big things. Like they sneak onto army bases and steal empty things. And so I was standing out there, and these 2 guys start coming from the desert and start coming down the road. One was on an ATV, one was on a dirt bike. So I call it in to the jump squad. I don't know what you guys will call it, but it was like a group of guys who were like the first response to anything that like might be going wrong. Basically, the first guys to get killed. And
QRF, Quick Response Force.
Yeah, like until they can get everybody else mobilized to handle it. So these guys were ready to go. So my lieutenant and I didn't get along very well, and I start calling him up, and I'm answering the questions. I'm telling him exactly what's going on. These guys, and then they're getting too close to me, so I have to abandon it. I can't talk to this idiot on the radio anymore. So I threw the radio down and I, you know, point my gun at them, and I'm like, "Get the fuck out of here," you know, because they were like right up to me, and my idiot lieutenant is like, "Danny, pick up the radio, press the button, and answer my question." It's like, motherfucker, what if I was just abducted? Like, what if I was just shot? Like, just get your stupid ass out here and back me up. And I'm like, get the fuck off this stage. This is your lucky day. Go get out of here now. And I had my gun pointed at them, but I didn't, but it was like, and then they just turned around and left. But I thought about it.
That's the proper way to address a Bedouin, pointing your gun right at them. That's the only language they understand.
Yeah, we had the red dot scope, so I was just going to aim right, just go right for the chest, like the wide shot. But I said if they were, the crazy thing is like if they were Israeli, it would have been considered a friendly fire incident. If they were just like Israelis being stupid, but I'm pretty sure they were Bedouins. But if they weren't Israelis, if they were like, you know, Bedouin or just Arab, then it would have been like, oh, that was, you know, they did that, they fucked around and found out, you know. And I was like, yeah, but I'm 99% sure they were Bedouin because I think they came just to like either test the, you know, I don't know what they came to do, but it was stupid what they did. Because and like if I was more homicidal, I would have just opened fire on them, and I would have had every right to. But
the Bedouins, the third country nationals that all run around over there that do all the slave labors, they're all an undesirable bunch.
Well.
That's all the nations of Qatar, Kuwait, all those nations. They import folks from like not even Micronesia, dude. Like Micronesia. You know, some Nesia you've never even heard of in the South Pacific.
I know UAE has more Indians.
UAE, dude. Fuck yeah, dude. They love slave labor from third country nationals, dude. Yeah. They just call them TCNs. They don't even have like an official designation. They're not even real human beings if you really get down to the brass tacks of it. They're TCNs. They're third country nationals. Like that's literally the way they act. They do all this all the menial tasks and all the janitorial services, that sort of thing.
Yeah, in Israel, it's a lot of like Asians. Actually, it's a lot of. I think it's like Filipinos and Thailandese.
Oh, you'll find some of those in the mix. You'll find they're in there. They're underrepresented with the Indonesian folks, but they're in there.
Yeah, they go out there and they take care of the old people and stuff. Like they'd like
Clean up the turds. Yep, wipe down the loads.
Yeah.
You'll find them cooking stuff. You'll find them doing all the all those sorts of things. I mean, I've never been to Israel, but I've been to all the Horn of Africa, all the Middle Eastern nations and stuff, and they all kind of do the same thing with it. You know what I mean? Like they all kind of have their own little slave labor class.
Yeah.
I've worked with a lot of the different militaries from these nations, and most of those militaries, they're all comprised of folks like Pakistanis and shit. Like they get them like a citizenship to like the nether. Like literally, dude. I worked like for a whole month. I worked in this fucking joint patrol with this dude who was a Pakistani dude, and he was getting his citizenship via working, for the Qatari Air Force, for the nation of Qatar. But he was getting his citizenship in the Netherlands. And I'm like, well, that sounds fucked up, dude. I didn't like you before we started this conversation.
Dutch.
Yeah, dude. He was getting a Dutch citizenship by way of military service in Qatar, and he was a straight up. He looked like Osama bin Laden. I told him that too. I'm like, you do realize you look like Osama bin Laden. We got into numerous fistfights because I wouldn't stop for his prayer services. I'm like, look, dude, I can't stop this patrol. This patrol's got to keep truck. I mean, I could probably, but I wasn't gonna.
Well, I'll be honest with you. You guys are a lot. I mean, in the Israeli army during Ramadan, like we did checkpoint work with the border police, and the border police are like all like Russians and like Arab Jews, like the Jews from the Arab countries, and then a lot of Arab. There's a lot of people don't realize like the gray uniforms, the Magav, the border police, like. They're cops and they're the most brutal. Like they are known to be like brutal. And most of them are Arabs. Like a good chunk of them are Arab. And during Ramadan, when we were out there doing at Shofat outside Jerusalem, we were doing checkpoint training there. And we had to eat our lunch inside away from the Arab guards, because they were all on Ramadan. And like they made us, like we were ordered, don't eat in front of the Arab troops, the Arab cops, because it's Ramadan, and they made us like go inside. Like we weren't allowed to eat in front of them. We weren't allowed to eat in front of the Palestinians. They're like the coming through the checkpoint. But
I'm fairly certain I had rules and restrictions surrounding a lot of my behaviors in that department. But I was operating under the notion that I was an American doing American military duties overseas. So by virtue of that, wherever I was at was an extension of America. So that's what I would like. That's what I was explaining to that Pakistani fella. I'm like, I don't give a fuck, dude. This America, because it's not America, my friend. I'm like, don't call me your friend.
Yeah,
dude, there's some weird shit that goes on in those nations that you go there and you're like, oh, this is just funny to look at. Like this one mall, like in Qatar there, for example, the only city they have really the city of Doha.
Yeah.
They have like one mall there, and it's just the most opulent, fucking ridiculous opulent mall, dude. And then you just see all the TCNs running around doing all the work and shit. I'm like, oh, this is an interesting environment.
Yeah.
Because I would do security for folks like from base to go to that mall. So I'd end up just be sitting in the mall most of the time, just watching shit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not in uniform, but like we would, undercover style security transport folks from the base to the mall, like every Saturday or some dumb shit. And so I get to sit in the mall and just like watch people, dude. It was just a funny sight to see, dude. Just the whole place.
Yeah. I was very immature when I was in Israel, especially when I went into the army, and I followed my friends into Nachal, and I regret that. Like if I should have gone into the unit, I actually wanted to go into the border police. That's where I actually wanted to go, because I enjoyed working with them, and like I got along because I'm a low, like the kids in my unit, a lot of them were American. or foreigners, and then the rest of them were like Israeli kibbutzniks, who are considered like they're considered like the rich rednecks of Israel because they don't pay bills, they don't pay water bills, they live on a kibbutz. They literally it's the most coveted life in Israel is living on a kibbutz. So these people really grew up in a bubble.
Self-sufficient farm.
Sounds like a weird thing. Where do you live at? I live in the kibbutz.
Yeah, live in a kibbutz. You get communal. Like the second you turn 16, you get your own apartment, and you keep it until the end of the army. You get married. They give you a house. You get this communal cars. So it's like you check out a car and then you bring it back. Oh, you need a minivan. They had a whole parking lot full of cars like Toyota Camry, a lot of Camrys and Subarus, and then a couple of minivans. And you took what you needed. Like you didn't own a car because you just used a communal car. You could eat all of your meals in the dining hall. Like you could eat like breakfast, lunch, and dinner. You didn't have to cook anything. You just go to the dining hall. And all the food was all fresh because it was coming from, if they had a farm on the kibbutz, they were making all the meat, all the stuff there. So it was like the really ideal life in Israel. You don't pay water bills. You're getting paid just to live there. Like even when you're 16, like you're getting paid not just by the army, but by the kibbutz. Cause you have, you get, if you want a job, you get a job, like they give you a job. You want a job in the factory, you get a job at the factory. You want a job as cutting grass in the kibbutz, they give you a job cutting grass in the kibbutz. You get specialty, like you learn something special, like how to be a mechanic. They put you in as a mechanic. I think they would even pay for you to learn it. Like the kibbutz was like ideal, was like the most ideal life. So these people lived in bubbles. And when I worked with the border police, I kind of got more along with them because like they were all like, they were not rich kids, they were like, yeah. It's a funny way to put it, but yeah, they were just regular like struggling Israelis. Like when I was in army jail, I knew there was a kid who I went with who had actually had to desert the army for like 2 months to work under the table because his family was piss poor. He's like a Russian Jewish kid. And obviously, if he came back, he knew he was going to have to go to jail. But he's like, whatever, they're paying me to be in jail anyway, but at least the bills are paid, So
that's wild.
Yeah. But yeah, very, definitely an interesting experience. But I just wish I was more mature. I just wish I was a lot more mature when I went out there. So
I don't think you get paid in American military jail. I mean, you're still of a rank, but I feel like they almost always forfeit folks' pay.
Good question. Now I'm curious about that. I thought you did. I thought in the IDF you got paid while you were still in jail, but that's a good question.
Yeah, I'm not sure either because I know they usually. I mean, if you're getting locked up in an American military jail, you're definitely losing rank.
Oh wow,
for sure. Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean, they'll bust you down to like the lowest rank, like an E1 or an O1 and shit.
Yeah. Well, in Israel, the worst place you could end up is like it's called Kelashesh, jail 6, and that was like the most famous Israeli army jail. I was lucky that I got sent to what's called a ma'atzar, which is kind of like a detention center, and it was in the middle of a base in the middle of the West Bank. So if you escaped it, he was like, "Goodbye, you're gonna get abducted or something." But it was an administrative base. So the food was out of this world. We ate so well. Like we all got fat, because the food was so freaking good. Like on administrative basis, the food was out of this world. Like everything was cooked fresh. And because we were the jail people, we always got first picking. So we were at the front of the line. We picked our food, then we got to sit down and then everybody else got to come in after us and eat. And but it was mostly for people who like a ma'atzar was for not serious. Like there was a guy who got caught. He went automatic and cleaned out his magazine on a donkey or something, and he went to Kelashesh.
What the fuck?
I'm not even sure that's a crime. Shooting a donkey.
You'd be like, that's why when people say like the Israeli army, oh, they're so mean. It's like there's a lot of things you can do that you'll get yourself in trouble for. Like even for
I'm pretty sure I could have shot a donkey and I wouldn't have gotten in trouble.
Yeah, no, this guy got in trouble. Might have been because he did it on automatic and he just emptied his M16 or his M4
Or
onto
maybe
it.
that's like, man, you wasted too many bullets.
Yeah.
I
Well, in
heard
Israel,
weird shit about Russians or something sewing microphones into cats or something.
oh yeah, selling like bombs to cats. No.
The cat conspiracy.
Yeah.
Some kind of like
Cat spirit.
microphones or something. I don't know. I can't remember what it was involving. It sounded bizarre.
No, the CIA tried to do that. The CIA tried
Oh,
to, I
okay.
think,
Yeah, maybe
buy microphones to cats, but then they realized they can't control them.
Then they realized, oh wait, we already have pigeons that are surveillance devices.
Yeah, you could just be like, that was a suspicious donkey.
Yeah, that donkey was looking at me weird, man.
Yeah.
The donkey had some kind of Mossad tattoo, or not Mossad. I'm stoned.
Hezbollah tattoo.
The Islam's Hezbollah. Yeah, I get them all mixed up.
I don't know. I heard that donkey say something about Osama bin Laden. I had to light him up. I thought he was one of them suicide donkeys.
He's coming right for us. Yeah. They were. Yeah, there's a lot of things like like stupid shit.
Star Wars scenario. Sir, it was cold. I had to sleep in the donkey. No.
when I first got to Israel, when I was staying, like I was living on like a kibbutz, like for a program for immigrants, and there's an ulpan where they teach you Hebrew, they acclimate you to Israeli culture, yada yada yada. And we had a long weekend, and we were not allowed to. They didn't want us going places that were unsafe. So when I wanted to go to the Gaza Strip, I snuck out. Like I was like, yeah, I'm going down to Ashdod for the weekend, and really I was going to Gaza. And when I was in Gaza, like I made a big mistake. Like I thought I could stay at a hotel, there would be places to eat. I showed up right before the Sabbath. There was no more buses back to across the Green Line. And I was like, oh crap, where am I going to sleep? Like, where am I going to eat? I'm stuck here literally until Monday. And I met this guy and I'm like, hey, do you know where I can sleep or get food? And he ended up, there were dorm rooms for like a yeshiva. And he's like, you could sleep there. Just remember that's literally somebody's room. So just don't touch things. I'm like, that's cool. And then he found me a house that would invited me over to eat every day. And I didn't speak Hebrew. They didn't speak English. And it was actually a really fun experience. But I have a photo of it, actually. I might even have it here. Well, these are my pictures from Gaza. But there was this army. I was talking to these army guys, and they were like, yo, hop in the Jeep. And they gave me a ride around the perimeter of the settlement. They gave me a ride like in the Jeep, in the Sufa. And basically, if like they were like, listen, if we get attacked, just get down, just we'll take, I was like, it's nothing, I can't do shit anyway. But they would have gotten in so much trouble if they got caught. Oh yeah, here it is. I'll show you the picture. You see it? Yeah, hold on. So that was the Jeep ride I got to take in Gaza. This was my motorcycle, by the way. That was outside my apartment, and hold on.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, this was the settlement. This was in this is from Gaza. This is outside the settlement of Neve Dekalim. That's the sun going down. This is the house that that took me in for dinner. That's the sign for the settlement. I wanted to live there. I actually, like, when I finished my Ulpan, if they didn't pull out, I actually really wanted to go live there. As these signs, like, like leave us alone, like don't deport us. Yeah.
Well, that's pretty interesting.
This was outside of the settlement. Yamit was the settlement in you can kind of see the sign here. If you could see it, I tried to get it on the bus. It says Gaza. If you can, it's kind of small because I got it tried to snap the photo while I was passing by. It was before cell phone videos. But that was the bus. Can you tell which is the bus that went to Gaza? We can see it on here. Hold on. It's that one. With the bulletproofing and and like it can't like because you get blown up. Like it could withstand an RPG hit.
All right.
Yeah, that's an evade Decalim. Yeah. So I have
What kind of weapons were the enemies using or whatever the Islams?
I mean, they could get whatever they could get their hands on, but they had AKs because, like, I think and actually they had M16s because the United States, and Israel, when they built up the PLO, they helped them build a police force, and they gave them a lot of M16s and like American weapons and stuff.
Oh, then they just robbed them all or something.
Yeah, they disappeared. There was also like ISIS used a lot of American weapons too, but that's because the United States rebuilt the Iraqi army for like the 5th time. And when ISIS came over the hill into why am I forgetting the name of that city? Basically, when ISIS came over from Syria and started coming towards the Iraqi army, they deserted and they left all their weapons behind. Like they literally just abandoned their positions with like an M60 sitting there fully loaded, ready to go. They dropped their M16s. They had like A4s. They had like really nice weaponry, fresh from the United States. And so,
did you ever find them with the stealing your guys' stuff or?
Well, they would steal bullets.
Oh no, Elmo's eating some carcass.
I mean, they were.
Oh my bad. I thought this was a. Go ahead.
Well, so they were the rounds. The rounds were the same caliber. Or?
Yeah, 5.56.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of them because because of M16s and M4s.
I don't know what kind of plane this was, but it did not have a good day, fellas. It did not have a good day.
That's a plane?
The remnants of it.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I think that's somewhere in Kuwait. I'm trying to remember when that picture was taken. Circa July of 2004, maybe? Circa. We'll call it that.
Was that like something that was taken down like an anti-aircraft thing? Or?
I don't know, dude. I found it in the middle of the fucking desert, dude. I have no idea. I was on patrol in the middle of it's probably someplace I wasn't supposed to be. So I wasn't going to go start asking questions like, hey, guys, did you fucking know this was out there?
In Lebanon, I had a couple of friends who stole a Jeep and they wanted to drive it around, a Humvee, and they videotaped themselves doing it and they flipped it. And they had to abandon it. Otherwise, they would have been in like deep shit. I don't remember how they handled it, but they had it on video of them flipping it.
Yeah, Jeeps aren't meant to go fast.
It was a Humvee. Because Israel uses a lot of old American stuff that breaks down a lot, and one of them is Humvee. The old American Humvees.
Oh, I've dug a lot of those out of the sand.
That doesn't sound very fun.
Those fuckers get stuck all the time over there, man.
Put sticks and stuff and use a winch or something? Or?
A lot of shovels, a lot of hands.
Yes, sometimes
a lot of hillbilly ingenuity, if you will.
Oh yeah.
Literally, dude. One night, I don't remember which deployment this was, but one night, I go into the beginning of shift. You grab your gun, you get in fucking line. They give you the night's orders or whatever. It's called guard mount, if you will. But anyway, we go there, and my boss is like, he's in the front of the room, hauling everybody. Well, the next person who gets their Humvee stuck is this, that, and this. And I'm like, oh, man, that sucks for the next person who gets their Humvee stuck. And like an hour into shift, one of my dudes calls me up from his patrol. He's like, why don't you go find a landline and give me a call at this number and over the radio. So I go find a phone and call him, and he's like, yeah, I got my Humvee stuck. I'm gonna need you to come help me out. I'm like, oh shit, all right, dude. I'll be over there in a few minutes. I go over there. It's an hour in a shift. Dude has got his up armored Humvee literally high centered across like a rock. So it's not even in the sand, dude. It's literally high centered across this fucking boulder. I'm like, I don't know what we're gonna do. We were there for almost 13 hours getting that thing fucking unstuck. It was a lot of hillbilly ingenuity over the course of the night. Dude, literally, the sun's coming up. We're finally getting that thing mobile again. Like, what the fuck?
Would you end up like rocking it back and forth or something? Or?
We basically found enough rocks, and ultimately speaking, we had to get a lot of rocks, way more than we thought, in which to basically build underneath the tires so we could get some traction. Back tires.
Okay.
It was high centered a couple feet off the sand, which wasn't a stable surface. You know what I mean? So it was weird.
You just launched up on it or something? The dude.
I don't know how. I even asked him, dude. We got out there, and it's the middle, and it's dark, dude, because we came on shift like 8 p.m. or whatever, and it's like 9:30. He's already fucking. And I'm like, dude, you're basically toast, bro. If we don't get this thing out of there. So like, we're responding. So like, our teams are taking each other, like my vehicle, like his. So like, we had corresponding fucking patrol zones. So his team is taking my vehicle on like alarms in their zone. And my team and I are taking my vehicle on alarms in our zone when alarms go off. And in the meantime, we're all trying to get his vehicle unstuck before anyone else finds out. I mean, we succeeded, but them Humvees, dude, they weren't really made to traverse many areas.
Nice.
Unless it's like a hard pack road.
Excuse me. Yeah, freaking 2-tracking's fun, but not if you get stuck.
Oh, dude. I couldn't believe he did that. I'm like, man, you're such a jackass, dude. Because I felt obligated to help him. He's one of my dudes.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. One time, me and my old lady were 2-tracking in an Acura, and it's like a SUV one, and we go in this huge mud pit, and then she gets it stuck right in the center. And I'm like, switch spots. I explained to her, like, we got one shot to get out of this fucking mud pit. If we don't make it, we're fucked.
Right.
And luckily, we made it out. It was freaking super lucky. There's no service and stuff back there.
Yeah, if you ever find yourself in an environment where you get your vehicle stuck and need to call a tow truck driver, not you so much, Clint or Danny, but any of the folks of the interwebs listening, you're gonna want to find yourself a tow truck driver who used to serve in the U.S. Armed Forces, because that dude's gotten a vehicle or two, unstuck out of some really precarious circumstances. For example, I got my car stuck in a tree in Arkansas. It's a longer tale I don't need to get into at the moment. And it was in an area with stuck in a tree, dude. And there was no cell phone service. I got like one bar, but I was still like on the highway. I was in the middle of nowhere, dude. And the guy finally comes out there. It's like 3:30 in the morning and shit. And like I'm in the weeds and like with like my AR-15 pistol because I didn't want to get deliverance in the middle of fucking Arkansas woods that night. You know what I mean? So the tow truck driver finally gets there and he's like, "Oh, dude, he's like, we can't get this out." I'm like, "What? You just told me you're an Army veteran." He's like, "I was infantry." I'm like, "Come on, dude, you've gotten vehicles out of worse circumstances than this." He kind of scratches his head. He's like, "Yeah, you're right. Let's get to work." We got that thing. It took us about 2 hours. We got that car down.
Oh yeah, to the will of the way.
Yep. I even read a review later. I'm like, yep, this 5 stars, hell of a tow truck driver.
So yeah.
Why does he say low battery? I just put the batteries in.
Because he not only had to get my car out, he had to drive me an hour south to the next town, which was like Hope, Arkansas, the birthplace of Bill Clinton.
Oh God.
Big sign when you're coming to town. Welcome to Hope, Arkansas, birthplace of Bill Clinton. I'm like, I am in hell. I got my car stuck in a tree, and now I'm at Bill Clinton's birthplace.
Funny when what the fuck? My friend's aunt was in the military back in the day, and she was driving through like rural Texas, I think central Texas, and she broke down. and they called, and she called a sheriff, and she was like, yeah, you know, and they're like, listen, you need to get out of here. Like, do not try to stay anywhere near here. Get the fuck out of this area. Like, Texas Chainsaw Massacre is kind of a real thing, and like there are people like that, and they'll come over to try to help you, and you're gonna disappear. And the sheriff told her, or whatever, the deputy was like, get the hell out of here as quickly as you can. And she was like, okay.
I think I told you guys about that story when I was a kid and I was like 15 and some crazy dude chased me and tried to fucking take my head off with a shovel.
God damn.
Try to eat you, dude, and wear your skin like a human coat.
I was walking home like 15 miles because I lived out in the country, and like it was like midnight or something, and I was just walking. I heard some digging, and I started laughing, and then some crazy dude fucking runs out of the ditch and fucking was like, "Wow!" Fucking swung the shovel, fucking like he got 2 swings in, and then I like straight up booked it, and then fucking basically I got home, fucking double kicked the door, fucking, you know, trying to get it open because it was, dude, I didn't know if the dude was chasing me still, but like, then I called 911 and like some detectives came and they're like, "Are you sure?" Blah blah blah. I'm like, "Yeah, I'm fucking sure." And they're like, "Let's see this supposed hole he was digging." And fucking, they took me to the spot and fucking they shined the lights. There was a big ass hole like 3 foot wide.
Whoa.
Fucking, I don't know what the dude was burying or whatever, but it wasn't like weed season or something.
Yeah.
What if there's a guy out there who's telling his stories like, I was digging a normal hole and this dude came up and interrupted me?
But he was like 50
I
yards.
was totally minding my business digging this hole.
But he was like 50 yards off the road. Like when he ran out of the ditch, he ran so fast I thought it was deer because it was a really steep ditch, and I'm like, what? I'm like, what the fuck is running at me? You know,
That's what I'm saying. You scared him. You know, from his perspective, like, this dude just scared me. I was digging my normal hole. He came up and scared me.
All right. But the people that lived at that house refused to answer the door to the police.
Well, there was a house there too.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, the house had 2 owls outside of the driveway.
And the guy who lived there was well, that one what was that? Jeepers Creepers. That was actually a Michigan murder, I think.
Yeah, Michigan's weird. It's lots of weird. I don't even know how to explain it. It seems like everybody's fucking brain dead or something. I mean, there's some weird shit going on. When I was going out with that cougar, fucking like her mom was the head of the Eastern Star. Her mom was real kooky and like fucking they believed in that Christ consciousness shit, and like there's some real, but they look totally normal, but they don't say anything. They won't mention it unless somehow they know that you know or something. And like that, there's some real kooky people out there, and fucking they seem all normal and stuff. But, you know, that's what I'm always telling people in the audience. It's like I may say
They seem real normal until they start swinging a shovel at your head.
Oh, yeah. I've heard all sorts of crazy rumors about fucking rumors of certain like cities and towns in Michigan that people say that like occultists live there, and they say people go missing and stuff. You know, I don't know if it's real or not. It's spooky though.
Look at the history of places like Traverse City and North Fox Island and fucking Beaver Island.
My buddy's from Traverse City.
Traverse City's a creepy place, dude.
The cherry capital, but you just said it had like some crazy history.
Yeah.
I've been to Traverse City. It's a unique environment.
They let all the asylums out in like the 70s or 80s.
And they all moved to Traverse City? That makes sense, actually.
Yeah, they're all in Traverse City.
That makes sense.
Like big old asylum.
Weird town.
There's like a bunch of asylums all over Michigan, all abandoned. Freaking
everybody moved to Traverse City.
Yeah, it's
well. There's that interlocking place that they've been diddling kids. I mean, that place was open to diddle kids. I think.
Yeah, that was involved with Epstein allegedly.
Oh yeah, he went there.
Yeah,
as like a 16-year-old.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
And then he got his own house there to diddle his own kids there.
Yeah, I think that I think Gunderson was right that there is some kind of Satanist in Russia, and that I think Epstein was like working for Russia, some kind of Russian Satanist, and going through the border of Poland. Because I mean, Poland seems like it would have like pretty loose border with Russia, I would assume. Or I mean, it seems like some border, like, what was it? Somebody was bringing up how. Yeah, I think it was you guys in the chat, you and Jonah or something, talking about how Canada is not even really a place. You showed like a road.
Yeah, Canada's not a real place, dude. There's no way it's a real place.
The road was going right over the border.
Yeah, dude, not a real place. Not a serious country, dude. No way.
Yeah. Yeah, Canada's definitely weird. They got the Chinese fucking police there and shit. Like literally Chinese Communist Party police and fucking
China.
It's fucked up. Red Dawn.
Oh, it's fucked up, all right. For every reason you can think of, dude. It's Canada. It's not a real place. Well, gents, I'm guilty of murdering an entire bag of potato chips while sitting here, so I'm gonna go ahead and call her in.
Right, take it easy.
Good chat with you.
Yeah, always a pleasure.
I'll catch y'all later.
Peace.
Have a good night. Be safe. Be well.
Yeah, freaking I'm stoned. I forgot what we were talking about.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Epstein sneaking into Russia. Yeah, Epstein. He was sourced in a quote saying that Epstein was saying that he was against Israel, and like people are thinking that he was working for Israel, but I don't think he was. That
yeah,
I think
he doesn't like Israel. In his email.
Yeah, freaking there's something definitely spooky going on, because I mean I still haven't nailed the whole Satanist thing down. I mean like I've researched so much of it, and that it seems like the only real Satanists were Weishaupt's bunch, and that Cooper thought they were just a continuation of the Jesuits and the Illuminatos, but after reading about it for so long, I speculate that they really weren't. And like, I don't know.
Satanism to me is just inversion. It's just like, it's inversion of what's, like, of like the mores and stuff like that. Like, sex, you should only have sex without in marriage, that, and then Satanism is no, sex is great, have tons of it,
Yeah,
sex stuff like that.
That fits the Illuminati MO, because like they could do anything without sin, quote unquote.
Yeah.
Even the Illuminatos and Jesuits.
And then the extreme version of that is like murder is okay. Killing is okay. Whereas I think like the Satanism of like, what's his name, Anton LaVey, would be like, no, you're still killing somebody, so it's can't, wouldn't be right. There's no good in, there's no, like, you shouldn't enjoy hurting and like murdering people. You should enjoy the pleasures, like kind of like hedonism,
It's like LaVey seemed like he was just, I speculate he might have been like a fellow coworker of Aquino, but like the system that he made was, I don't know. It's just to me, it's like LaVey's system was profane, in that it's like all these systems are profane. It's like they're, I mean, not necessarily like through and through, but elements. But like,
Mhm.
and that, because it's like they were warning of, well, that whole like uh Z's thing. It's like some kind of bird in ancient lore. It's like is in the modern, well, medieval lore, it's considered a griffin.
Mhm.
But like, and then the leviathan, and then the bull, a red bull, which,
Mhm.
but so it was like the red bull was Abaddon or Apollyon, or but Abaddon was in the it was also Behemoth, and
Mhm.
that it was like connected to this ancient legend where it was like the Behemoth, which is Red Bull, and then the Leviathan, which is a giant fish, and then the Z's bird would all come and to be destroyers of the land, sea, and air, but they would be conquered, and that they would be feasted upon, and that many people would eat from these destroyer animals or something. It was some sort of metaphor. Uh,
Mhm.
it was very interesting because it was like a story with the bird. It was like its wings could block out the sun. It would lay an egg that would destroy 3 villages or something, like a meteor or something. But like, I'm not sure what it all exactly alluded to. I'm gonna grab a cigarette real quick.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to smoke a joint so badly. I'm like, if next weekend if I'm off, I might grab one. I might roll one up.
Oh yeah,
I'm like, I've been tankering so much, and I didn't hear anything back from that other CDL job. So it's like it only take me about 2 or 3 days to get clean again. So,
oh yeah, yeah.
but I'm
Had
always
some
just afraid
success.
because it's like, oh, I'm gonna get um as soon as I get as soon as I get a whatchamacallit, as soon as I smoke and enjoy it, I'm gonna get a message, be in tomorrow for a drug test. It's like, God damn it, be just my luck.
Yeah, that maybe better not smoke then.
Yeah, but I'm just so hankering for a smoke. Ah,
Yeah, because it does suck to worry too.
yes, yeah, it does suck to worry. No, it's like it's annoying, like an annoying feeling to have to like sit there and be like, oh crap, you get a message, then I've already waited this long, so
Oh yeah. When I was a kid, I was on probation, and I would always make vitamin water that looked like pee, and then fucking just put it in a balloon, and then just
um,
like, uh, yeah, like
um,
freaking put like some rubber bands around the end of the balloon really tight, so then it's closed. But if you squeeze it, it'll look like a pee stream.
yeah, but
Yeah.
now it's too sophisticated, so now they don't really.
Oh,
Unfortunately, it's way too, like, even today my friend told me they were saying that they can even find the fake, like, if you're using fake pee, they can detect it now.
you'd have to have like real pee in a catheter or something.
Yeah, which is still not that hard to do. I
Or
mean, you just
not a
get somebody clean.
catheter. What is that called?
No, you just put it in one of those. You put it in a temperature bottle, microwave it, use it exactly the same way. That's the only thing. You've got to have somebody real pee for you. And but
Some people
you
say
know,
put it in your armpit.
yeah, but
Keep
it's
it warm.
actually better to keep it in your pants. Better to like microwave it. What I used to do is I used to microwave two. I'd put a heating pouch or like a heat pad around one of them, and I just keep the other one, and I would like basically I double up on like boxers and like
in case
and
one
warm
was too
zone.
cold or something.
Yeah, in case one doesn't get to the right temperature, and then I would keep it in my pants, like right until I needed it, and then you just shake it up good and pour it in, you know.
Oh yeah.
And it's funny because they'll put a blue thing in the water, and the blue, and so in case you try to like scoop water out of the toilet, it's it'll show it. They'll be like, it's blue. You put in pee blue, asshole. You know.
Oh yeah. One time when I was a kid, freaking the the balloon leaked because I didn't tie the rubber band tight enough, and then I didn't have enough fake pee, and they were like freaking out, and they fucking like searched me and shit a bunch, and like fucking like they were like, and then I could only get like tiny amount in the cup, and they're like, we can't measure this, you know. And I'm like, and then I grabbed the cup and I like tipped it sideways and fucking put it in there for him. I'm like, there. It's fucking yeah.
Yeah.
Those bastards.
Yeah. I know it's
Yeah,
so
I never
ridiculous.
agreed to that shit. Fucking I mean, like in court, 'cause it's like I literally was like, if I enter the probation for the misdemeanor, then I'll get then you can double jeopardy, and that's against the Constitution. You're trying to make me enter into an unconstitutional contract, and like fucking, they didn't even care. They were mad that I mentioned the Constitution. That's all I remember when I was 15. It was like fucking well, I don't know.
Yeah. They don't like hearing anything about the Constitution. My friend just sent me this, and he's like, pay for it and start doing these whatchamacallit. It's like the notices of claim. He's like, start filing them, he's like, just follow the thing. So I want to do. What's up?
I do some research about it first, just
yeah,
because sometimes like the people that are all into the UCC stuff, they get into weird stuff, which is quasi illegal, and certain types of paperwork can
well,
make eyes look at you.
Eric John Phelps had that couple on Margie Flynn, the Flynn couple, and apparently what they've had like over 10,000 cases that they've won using common law and like notices of claim and all that other yada yada.
Oh, yeah.
And
That's pretty good.
Yeah, no, they have a whole website. I have it saved. I think I sent it. I can find it but I reached out to them and I'm like, hey, I had a COVID thing. And is there any way? They're old now, they're elderly, so they're not really doing much. But I'm like, can you guys help me out? Like, help us. And they're like, just follow what we have on our website. And but they have like over 10,000 wins in courts where they forced the court to be like, you don't got a choice. We have to, this is the law.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the court case, I can't remember it, but it says I can't remember the name, but it says the Constitution must be defined by the common law.
Yeah.
And so that's where they're going against the old Supreme Court rulings.
And then there's also it has to they can't. There's a lot of stuff that's in the Constitution that's like that was that was over, like that's considered unconstitutional, and and like they don't follow it, like nowadays, but like apparently, like even in my case, I was like, how does the state, like we sued the city and then the city defends the city in court, like how does that make sense? And apparently the Supreme Court is supposed to be the neutral ground for like if you sue a city or if you sue a municipality, because the city can't represent itself in a case against itself.
Yeah, it's
So,
a financial interest.
yes, you know,
Yeah, they can't have a financial interest. Trying to look up the case. Um, yeah, the common law stuff. It's like the Bill of Rights is a whole different thing with the common law. Like, keep in mind we have to obey all the unconstitutional laws. Ex
yeah,
parte Grossman, that was the case. 1925. So that was before the 1938 one force action thing or whatever, where they started merging jurisdictions and like, well, it's relevant because in those when they started merging the jurisdictions, all like admiralty and civil, and then what was the other two? I'm pretty stoned. But when they merged the jurisdictions, all of a sudden they're like, you can't use common law.
yeah.
It's like, well, if the Constitution is defined by the common law, then surely the common law must be recognized in court. You know, it's like, I mean, that's what's, you know, I mean, because the common law. Well, I guess there's a few cases. Uh, United States versus Wong Kim Ark, 1898.
There's a bunch of I mean, that's the problem. It's like there's supposed to be so much oversight, and there's just like none,
Yeah, this
But,
Kim Ark one is uh it says must be interpreted, or the court stated the Constitution must be interpreted in the light of common law, the principles and history of which were familiar known to the framers, that the language of the Constitution could not be understood without reference to the common law. I mean, yeah, that one's pretty good.
mm, yeah, there's some good cases. I mean, don't forget. I mean, uh, um, the income tax was declared unconstitutional, and yet we still pay it. My friend right now is trying to fight to not have to pay taxes, not have to pay, he's fighting it right now because the IRS wants a whole bunch of money from him, and he's like, to hell with you, and so
Well,
he's apparently
if it goes to court and they do what they do, they'll probably just show his the proof of his jurisdiction is the income tax return with his signature, the
yeah,
1040 or any 1040. Uh, yeah, because like it's like it's like the way the old timers describe it. It's like once you enter into it, you can't unenter into it, or you can't escape it. It's like it's inevitable. It's uh,
mhm,
I mean, like unless you like depatriated and moved to a different country or something, but like it's crazy because it's like somebody was saying on the Twitter, they were saying their land tax per year was $22,000.
god damn.
Yeah, and that uh what was they're getting taxed 37% of their wages,
Mhm.
and like I mean that's crazy. I mean like if you look it up, 28% of the state land is owned by the federal government. I mean, I'm sure a lot of it's like mountains and shit for bases, but like still, it's like there was no money in between.
Yeah,
Nobody sold it to them. There was no. Uh, it seemed like it was a raw deal. Then the
yeah,
arguments about the land management stuff, in the West, that was going on since like the '90s.
mhm.
Freaking those people are pretty wild.
I don't know. I wish there was more of an effort by people to actually like, fight back against these things and try to, I mean, there's apparently a movement. It's kind of, we're not obviously not going to hear about it in the news, but there is a movement active right now trying to like overthrow the bar association control over everything. But that's 90% of the problem. Like here in New York, in 2019, the Bar Association established the groundwork with the state for a vaccine for like vaccine mandates and lockdowns and stuff like that. And that was a year before. That was like at least a year before um, the scamdemic.
Yeah.
The pandemic. And it's like, well, how is that possible? How is it possible that they came up with that before it happened? And why is the Bar Association telling lawyers? This is why we can't get lawyers to work on our cases, because all these lawyers were basically quietly told by their bar association. That's why, like, I still really want to go to law school, but if you don't you can't become a lawyer unless you become a bar association lawyer. And I thought about it. I'm like, what happens if we sue? There's a case in the constant that they can't, that the United States government
If you're
right.
suing and you're your own attorney, then that's legal.
Well, my thing is isn't there a case that says that you have to have that the government can't put a license on something that's free, so to speak? They can't say like, oh, if you want to be a lawyer, you have to have a license,
Like an equal protection clause type of argument.
Yeah, but there's a case specifically around that, and I would
If you're going pro se litigate, you don't need a lawyer.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, I would like.
But you can't represent anybody else, though.
Yeah, that's fine. But like, even like in my case, like with our COVID case, I think about it now, and I'm like, we should have gone to a jury trial. We should have always asked for a jury trial, but you don't think about that until it's because you don't, you listen to your stupid lawyer, and if your lawyer's a moron or a dickhead, then you just and if nobody argues in your group because everybody's like, well, we don't know, so we're just gonna do what the lawyer says, but technically I think like all these COVID cases, they should have absolutely all had jury trials.
Yeah.
Well,
like the pro se litigant thing is recognized under the Sixth Amendment, not directly, but through the Supreme Court cases.
Mm-hmm.
And that any judge would have to recognize your right to pro se litigate pursuant to the Sixth Amendment in the court cases. And then if they didn't, then that's technically that would be a color of law. What is that called? They would be a I can't think of the word. Not obstructing. They would be whatchamacallit to your rights under the color of law.
Equal protection.
It's been a minute since I talked about the law stuff. I can't think of what it's called. It's like Title 18, Section 242, I think. United States Code. I'm pretty sure that's. Yes, somebody want to look that up for me while we're on this joint? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, so yeah, technically you could sue them if they don't let you. Well, more than sue them, because if they don't let you exercise your rights, under to be pro se litigate, then that's damn it, not obstruction of rights. There's another word. Something of rights under the color of law. Hold on, I'm pretty sure it's Title 18, Section 242. Yeah, deprivation of rights.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. I remember the fucking number, but not the words. Yeah, freaking yeah, freaking it'd be nice to like sue a bunch of people.
Tell me about it. I mean, it's not even like just to sue. It's just to also like get people like, it's like to get people to recognize how things are and fix them, and like,
Yeah, so it doesn't happen again.
yeah.
Yeah, those bastards.
Because it just sucks that people are just,
they're all so dumb. You can't even really blame one person or anything. It's all just a bunch of. It's just a giant shit show, basically.
Yeah.
It's like we gotta figure out how to be self sufficient, have our own food and stuff, and like, freaking somehow. Damn, I just heard thunder.
Oh shit.
So, somehow, just freaking, because I mean, if somebody had food and stuff. That seems like I don't know. I mean, I guess it would be hard if you're in the city. You'd have to like have a bunch of like rabbits and a bunch of like broccoli or something, or carrots or something. I don't know. Grow the carrots and then feed them to the rabbits.
It's funny because they filed a case to investigate COVID, and it's like a special clause for like ordering an investigation through the civil court. And at first, the civil court was like, "Oh, you got to file an Article 78." So they had to go file an Article 78. And then the Supreme Court of New York said, "No, this is not an Article 78. This is something else," and sent it back to the civil court. And then the civil court just denied it. Like they were just like, "No," and they're like, "What? What?" And it's like I got annoyed because the lawyer. I actually got up and walked out because the lawyer was like the judge had her pronouns in her bio, and she was a DEI hire clearly. And the whole time she's talking about how like COVID wasn't that big of a deal and she didn't have any. And I'm like, bro, and I'm biting my tongue because I'm like, tell her that tell her the truth, bring all this up, especially now. Like, well, now we know, everything's coming to light. But I'm just like, tell her that it was a lie. Explain everything. You have more info. Put her on the spot. And like these lawyers had to like pretend that like COVID was a real thing and that people were dying and that it was a dangerous time and it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It's like, no, stop doing that. Like if I were a lawyer, I wouldn't care. I would just be like, you are wrong, judge. That's not what happened. This is what really happened.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Well, hopefully his phone's okay. Let's see. Oh, where's the button?
Did you accidentally knock me out or did I knock myself out?
It wasn't me. I was on my phone.
Oh, no, that was weird because I don't think that I hit the button either. I was like, my left hand was over the thing and I was like,
oh yeah, I heard you say, "Oh shit," and then you disappeared.
As long as I wasn't abducted by a UFO. But yeah, man, it's like all this stuff coming out about COVID now. All this, like, we knew it was all true, but like nobody wants to, like, there needs to be like somebody told me to file a lawsuit, and I'm like, file a lawsuit against who? Like against the federal government, against the state government? Like, what can I file? Like we don't have any lawyers who are willing to help us. But
Yeah.
yeah, whatever. I don't want to smoke it.
Yeah. The that's that's right. Because I couldn't find any lawyers for stuff for freaking custody stuff, and like
Yeah.
it's like that. I still want to sue him, and in civil court and be my attorney. But it's just like, nah. It's like I don't. I don't know. I mean, I could win. I've got phone records and stuff to prove that I called the caseworker, and like the whole. I don't know. It's I just hate paperwork and like going to appointments and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, nah. The world's so slow. It's all tethered down, and like all these limitations of like it's like imagine if you were like uh working on some kind of innovative engine or something that was like gonna like revolutionize gas engines or something, and like and that you knew it would work or something, and like you just worked on it continuously like 100 hours straight or something, and like fucking like there's like no limitation to time or anything, just like I mean you'd probably be exhausted afterwards, but
Mm.
but like freaking I mean it's like the modern work environments are all like very dull, and like it's all going to be replaced by robots in 5 or 10 years, you know what I mean? Like uh that there's because I mean really like I mean you look at all the factories and stuff, those are just machines with people as moving parts,
Yeah.
and it's like people move and stuff, they get their wrists and they get that surgery for the tendons or whatever, and like
Full tunnel.
yeah, carpal tunnel, and it's like they're literally just being used as like a machine, and like it, it's like how Terrence McKenna says he's talking about like old scrolls and stuff where it's like handwritten,
Yeah.
and like he said there was a whole different vibe to something that's like handwritten versus like printed. But like the same goes for the other. It's like a handcrafted house or car or something would probably be more. I don't
Oh,
know. It's hard to say, I guess.
yeah. Well, yeah, no, it's true. I mean, you look at my building that was just built brick by brick compared to like new buildings that are just siding and like, cheap labor, completely different thing. And that's how it is. Like, that's what the Amish believe. That's why the Amish, they believe that, like, God worked through like craftsmanship,
Yeah.
like when you make beautiful things, when you make things by hand, it's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, there's
it's,
all these jobs that are just like meaningless. Nobody really wants to work them. Like they don't feel like they're doing something to like
yeah,
better the world or something. Like there's no motivation of like some kind of like bonus or vacation or something.
yeah.
Um, yeah, like freaking what was I mean it's like there should be I mean I don't know. It's like everything's. I mean, this whole robot thing is really a kink in the conspiracy world because it's like, I never thought the robot thing would really get so big.
Well, I think like the problem is they're gonna want to go back to the human advantage, but because I don't think that like I don't think the problem is that this generation of kids is so completely useless and unable to handle anything that they're not going to, that they're not going to be able to do a lot of those jobs, and that's what's going to lead to like a shortage of skilled labor. And that's one of the reasons why they're importing all these people. Because it's they're not innovative or anything, but they're complacent.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like freaking yeah. I mean, it's just crazy. It's like, what's more worth it, to be broke and to like have time and to think and like, or to be some kind of cog in a machine in a factory or some kind of restaurant? Or I mean, restaurants shouldn't be too bad, but even then, like breathing in fryer grease all day, I'm sure that can be good. Uh, but like, I mean, the monotony of the world. It's like there's, there's no longer places where you can like get a handmade car or something. It's like, I mean, there is, but they're extremely outrageously priced. But like,
Yeah, Rolls Royce.
yeah, well, I mean, they got like modernized Mustangs and stuff. I'm not really a huge Mustang fan. They want like 300 grand for them or something. It's like, man, that's heavy.
Yeah. That's the problem is like we don't have there's no people, everything's mechanical. There's no beauty in anything anymore, and that's because like nobody needs it. Everybody likes the sterile. I mean, there was an interesting thing I saw about how children's rooms, like how like when we were growing up, our rooms would look like a kid's room, and now they have them. They look like operating rooms, it's sterile and
Oh
boring.
yeah, like the McDonald's and stuff.
Yeah, yep,
Yeah, everything's definitely got all those movies where everything's like white and stuff, and like all the rooms are white and everything's looks like some kind of hospital or something. Like that's the monotonous future of mankind. The
hmm
oh, shit.
yeah.
Yeah, like, I mean, what would be a worse hell? Like monotony or some kind of actual hell? I mean,
I think most people like especially when it comes to like I think that's what most people are um I think most people are designed for, monotony. I think there's, like factory work and stuff like that. I think most people are truthfully, that's where they belong. I mean, myself included. I mean, the best job I had was throwing garbage, which isn't really sophisticated, but you know what? It's like, most guys are supposed to have hobbies and stuff on the side, and their work is just you know
yeah.
work is not supposed to be is just supposed to be how they earn a living.
Yeah, they've taken away all the prosperity. It's like the older generations are all squandering money while the younger generations are living like paycheck to paycheck, and
Yeah.
like it's like, I don't know, it's I mean, the whole thing about that fourth turning book or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like they're talking about generations, one affects the other, and kind of like those memes. It's like the tough generation makes a weak generation or something.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, like the cycle of it. It's like, and then the weak generations are all clinging to the internationalisms, like international communism or whatnot, and like, it's very. I mean, uh, it reminds me of a movie where like, same goes with Weishaupt and Illuminati and communism, where it's like in the 300 movie, the excuse me, the Xerxes character, the movie seemed all surrealism too. It was like but like, so like the Hunchback dude, who's like the Hunchback of Notre Dame in the movie, he's cast out by the Spartans because he was deformed, and like that. Then he went into the Xerxes Persian order, and that the became like a spy, and that like it's very interesting that they would make like a Hunchback character, like the Hunchback of Notre Dame, because that whole book's like all alchemy, like surrealism. Like even the lady in the calls her goat as Azazel. But like well, I mean, I think there is some kind of that Xerxes thing, like old Persia and stuff. Like it's like the books say that mayonnaise dude went to that he had merged Christianity and Zoroastrianism, and it's called the Paulician, and then it was saying that they inserted themselves in the Orthodox, and this because this whole Paul thing is super relevant, 'cause it's like it's all throughout the mainstream religions and all throughout the mainstream occult, that they all quote Paul at infinitum, and like even in the Bible, Paul says the Christ within, quote unquote, uh, talking about some kind of Christ consciousness type stuff. Uh, it's like the I don't know. It's all because I would ask people. It's like you talking about Jesus, or Paul's Jesus. Not that I even have a religion, but like,
Yeah.
because it does seem to be a difference. Because I mean, the Romans put all the books together. Nobody knows what the real books were if half of them were like some kind of, spun up by the Roman witch doctors.
Mhm. Oh, man. I'm actually getting a little bit tired. I might call it a night.
Alright.
Yeah, I gotta get up tomorrow morning and sit with my car also. And yeah, I'm starting to get a little exhausted. But yeah, I'll let you know my schedule this week. I had a 3-day weekend. I'm probably gonna be working Tuesday, but I'll let you know if I'm off Friday and what my schedule's looking like coming up. And if you're going live, I'm always happy to join.
Oh yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, just hit me up.
Awesome. I will. So have a wonderful night, and thanks for the invite. And always a pleasure. And I'll see you again soon. We'll talk.
All right. Peace out.
Peace. Good night.
Yeah, yeah, I don't know why it seems like the camera's closer. Maybe I'm just super stoned. This fucking sativa is like, I don't know. It's been a while since I smoked sativa. They're so sativa-y. I forget about the anxiety that gives you. uh, yeah, let's see. I forget what we're gonna. Well, I'll put a link out if anybody wants to come on. Yeah, this whole Illuminati stuff, Paul is definitely relevant. Because I think that's where Weishaupt might have obtained his ideology of man being God. Let's see what. It sounds like it's getting windy out. Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. That was spooky. Some spooky shit. Well, I mean, I guess so. So we could go into like some of these books here. This occult theocracy is one that's always I like it because it has pictures. Cause I can't actually read. No. Okay, where's the picture right here? Well, I didn't realize it was 800 pages. Yeah, it goes over the Martinists, strict observance, Avignon, Mopsy. I don't remember that one. The rite of Zinendorf, the Philoleths, uh, Bavaria, Tugendbond, the Jacobins. Remember how Cooper said the Illuminists were Jacobins. Knights Templar of America, United Irishmen, Orange Society, Philadelphians, Scottish Philosophic Rite. Let's see here. Knights Templar, Sweden, Mizraim, Ribbon Society, Cornea, A&A. I'm not familiar. I don't remember that one. Carbonarism. That must be Italy. Alta Vendita. I forget what that means. Land. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, the Hung Society of China. That's a Masonic fraternal order. Rite of Memphis. Blah blah. The Mormons. Neighborhood. Baha'i movement. 460. Excuse me. 467. The Phoenix Society. Blah blah. Nihilists. Sat Baha'i of Prague. Yes, there's quite a few. Yeah, that's cool. The Order of Druids, Theosophical. Yeah, what's the name? Jay was right about that. Druids, 1874. That's not ancient. Oops, where did I go? Let's see. Russellites. That's weird. Society of Theosophic d'Orient since 1882. It's like a precursor OTO type thing. Grand Lumiistic Order of Light, Frater Lucius. Let's see here. Fabians. It's a long book. Modern Illuminism, OTO, 1895. Young Turk Movement, 1900. That's interesting. We got your Sufism, Anthroposophical Society, clans, League of Nations. Let's see what it says about that. 636. 636. Oh, too far. Okay, where are we at here? Oh, too far. Okay. Oh, too far, but not too bad. League of Nations. It's like a boring read. Versailles, Cradle and Mazzini's Masonic Young Europe movement. That's interesting. Yeah. I mean, I got some of these other books here too, but let's see here. No, I might take a leak. So I'm gonna put on some kind of thing here for a minute. Let's see. Okay, I got one that we'll listen to a little bit of. Where'd it go? Proof of world government. Okay. 1 second here. Could have sworn it was over here somewhere. Okay, well, maybe I'll just put this on for a second here.
That were under study, and when I left there,
Oh, it's pretty quiet. Hold on here. Let me grab something else here. Okay.
Versive net him something like we're doing
Why is that so quiet?
right now in Yugoslavia. Now, in 1776, Adam Weishaupt, professor of canon law at Ingolstadt, organized a secret society, which he called Perfectibilisten, but which later took on the old name of Illuminati. Its ex-Jesuit founder, following the model of the Society of Jesus, divided its associates into grades of initiation and pledged them to obey their leaders in a campaign to unite all men capable of independent thought, make man a masterpiece of reason, and thus attain the highest perfection in the art of government. Now, it's wrong, ladies and gentlemen, to believe that Adam Weishaupt was responsible for the formation of the Illuminati in 1776. He was responsible for the formation of the Bavarian Illuminati, and it's notable that he was a Jesuit priest, a professor of canon law at Ingolstadt University, because the Jesuit order was founded, ladies and gentlemen, by Ignatius Loyola, long before Adam Weishaupt ever came along, long before he was born, long before he was dreamed of. You see, during the Inquisition, there was a branch of the Illuminati in Spain known as the Alumbrados. Ignatius Loyola was the head of the Alumbrados, which means, in Spanish, the illumined ones, or the Illuminati. He was indicted and arrested by the Inquisition. He was questioned, grilled, if you will, and threatened with torture and even death. He used his considerable influence as a member of the Illuminati to gain an audience with the Pope. He crawled in on his hands and knees. He walked out the first Inspector General, the Black Pope, the man who organized and created the Jesuit order, as just another branch of the Illuminati. I don't know what he told the Pope. He must have promised him something, because instead of having him tortured and burned at the stake for heresy, he became either the right or the left hand of the Pope. I'm not sure which it was. But even today, you will find Jesuit priests in South America teaching liberation theology, which is nothing more than Marxist socialism with a crucifix. Whatever the hell that means. But it's dangerous, extremely dangerous, as all of these secret organizations and secret powers are, and always will be. Dangerous. Very, very dangerous. The Illuminati's platform, ladies and gentlemen, called for, among other things, the abolition of private property, the abolition of patriotism, abolition of the family, and abolition of all existing religions. One commentator sympathetic to the Illuminati explains that the teachings of the Illuminati hold that all is material, that all religions are of human invention, that God is man, and man is God, and the world is his. That is, man's kingdom. Thus, man's perfection would be supervised by other men, the illuminated ones who are supposedly destined to preside over human evolution. Now, at the time of the founding of the Bavarian Illuminati by Adam Weishaupt, its doctrines had been well established and expounded by anti-Christian intellectuals such as Rousseau, Diderot, Voltaire, d'Alembert, and others who are known collectively in history as illumines, philosophes, and encyclopedists. Now, although they were given to quarrels among themselves, in particular Rousseau and Voltaire, they enjoyed a quite interesting and memorable feud, which is interesting reading in itself. This group of elitists shared a common goal: the destruction of Christian society and the creation of a new society under the direction of enlightened, that is, illuminated despots. In Outlook, Weishaupt's society was the distillate of the anti-Christian worldview championed by the philosophies. Charles William Heckenthorne, a 19th century historian of esoteric and occultic groups, pointed out that Weishaupt used the hierarchical structure of his society to winnow out potential rebels. If a candidate was found unreliable, records Heckenthorne, he was not allowed to go beyond the preliminary degrees of Illuminism. However, if he proved an apt scholar, he was gradually initiated into the latter degrees, where all that he had been taught before was overthrown, and radical and deistic theories and plans were unfolded. And thus, it was at its highest degrees that the revolutionary character of Illuminism was revealed, and initiates were placed under covenant to carry out the wishes of the order, as the society referred to itself and still does. Reports Heckenthorne, according to statements found in the writings of Weishaupt, the Magus degree was to be founded on the principles of philosopher Benedict de Spinoza, showing all to be material, God and the world one, and all religions human inventions. Furthermore, at the Rex degree, existing social structures would have to be abolished, and the world would have to be remade. You're listening to WBCQ, Monticello, Maine, USA. This is the Hour of the Time. I'm William Cooper.
Okay. Well, so what was that's not what I was getting at, but I was looking for a book, but I'm looking at opening other books. I mean, this one's pretty good here. Bavarian, the New England and the Bavarian Illuminati. That's not what I was looking for either, though. Hold up here. Yeah, it's like fucking battle not to eat a bunch of junk food. So like, I just grabbed another cigarette. Freaking let's see here. Secret societies. Veritas. Okay. Let me look at my other books folder here. I mean, this one book here is pretty good. This Higgins book. Book of Beginnings, or Beginning of Masonry. That was pretty good. Son of Mercury. I'm not gonna get into this one, but it is. I've read it before on here, but it's definitely pretty good. It's got a lot of concepts and ancient symbolisms and so on and so forth. I was looking for that other book because I'm pretty sure I had a Heckathorn book. He was just mentioning Heckathorn. I mean, I got all sorts of crazy books in here. Here's like one of the Golden Dawn books. This is one of Todd's favorite books. Magic. All these symbols and stuff. Nobody knows if it's real or anything. It's all just symbology to achieve the balance, the Yoda or yoga. What else do we got here? There's a Heckathorn one. Oh, it's only volume 2. This is pretty good. Heckathorn, Secret Societies of All Ages and Countries. Let's see, volume 2. So which Heckathorn, Legend of the Temple. Let's see. Freemasonry in France. Cagliostro. I guess let's just jump into it, see if there's anything good. Okay, that's just Mason stuff. Let's see. Well, let's see if we can find some words. I did put a link in the chat if anybody wants to come in. Let's see. What was I going to look for? No, Martinists. I wonder if it mentions the Martinists. Nope. Oops. I can't remember. Oh, it does mention Waysop here. Which chapter is this? Wilhelmsbad. Discussions on Wilhelmsbad. Well, this looks interesting. The statements contained in Dr. Stark's book, The Coping Stone, concerning the influence of Jesuits in the Masonic body, formed one of the chief topics discussed. Some of the chiefs of the strict observance produced considerable confusion by being unable to give information concerning the secrets of the high degrees, which they had professed to know, or to render an account of large sums that they had received on behalf of the order. The main point was to settle whether Masonry was to be considered as a continuation of the Order of the Templars, whether the secrets of the sect were to be sought for the modern Templar degrees. After 30 sittings, the answer was in the negative. The chiefs of the strict observance were defeated. The Duke of Brunswick suspended the order for 3 years, from which blow it never recovered. The Swedes professed to possess all the secrets. The Duke of Brunswick hastened to Uppsala to learn them, but found that the Swedes knew no more than the Germans, whence new dissensions arose between the Masons of the two nations. Oh, so this is. I mentioned this. I didn't see that this is a new section here. Result of the convention. Oh, well, still in relation here. Of Wilhelmsbad was the retention of the 3 symbolical degrees, with with the addition of the new degree that of the Knights of Beneficence, which was based on the principles enunciated in St. Martin's book De Erreurs et de la Verite, the Tableau Naturel. The foundation of the new order was attributed to the influence of the Jesuits because the three initials of the letters of Cavaliers Benfaisance, CHB, are equal to 382 or 13, signifying the letter N, meaning Nostri. Another result was a league between Masonry and the Illuminati, and it is still a matter of speculation whether these latter were not behind the Jesuits brought about by the exertions of Spartacus or Weishaupt, who had long ago discerned the influence he could obtain by the cooperation of the Masons, whom he, of course, employed as his unconscious tools. Remember, this is Hecathorn. Hecathorn is a highly degreed Mason. Where was I here? Tools. No, I forgot where I was at. Oh, there it is. But Jesuitical influence at that time was too powerful to be overcome. They sided with and thus strengthened the influence of the Duke, hence the opposition of Germany to the principles of the French Revolution, which broke out soon after, an opposition with which was like discharging a rocket against a thunderbolt, but which was carried to its heights by the manifesto of the Duke of Brunswick, so loudly praised by courtly historians, and of which the German princes made such good use as to induce the German Confederacy to surround France with a fiery line of deluded patriotism. Freemasonry had been made the tool of prince and priestcraft though occasionally it turned the tables on the prince, an instance of which is recorded in the next paragraph. King William III, this is going in the Orange Society. Sudden retreat of the King of Prussia of this name, after having invaded France in 1792, has never been satisfactorily explained. Dr. E. Eckert, in his magazine of evidence for the condemnation of the Masonic order, writes as follows, quoting from a private letter to M.V. Z of Paris, to Baron von S.Z. at Vienna, which he qualifies thoroughly reliable. The King of Prussia had crossed our frontiers. He was, I believe, Verdum. That's interesting, but I'm not gonna get into that. Frederick the Great. Let's see what else we got here. As I say, what if the enigma, the mysterious keystone of Freemasonry? Knowledge. No, the keystone is. The one Mason was just on here 2 nights ago. He said the keystone was the man, the initiate. But I'm not sure if that's accurate. Masonry protected by Napoleon. Yeah, Napoleon was a Mason. Grand Orient. Okay. Obsequiousness of Freemasonry. Napoleon unwilling to suppress Freemasonry, employed it in the army. Okay. That's interesting. That's not what I'm looking for here. Restoration of the Second Empire. So it's talking about France. Priestly opposition to Masonry. So I realize there's so much stuff on Napoleon in here. Political. No, there's that Grand Orient. Duke of Orleans. German Republican. It's the Grand Orient. Waves around the Grand Orient. The nephew showed himself first. Dissolution. I wonder if I can find more on St. Martin. St. Martin's Hall. Isle of Ray. What should we look for here? Let's look for it. Does it have that word? Let's see if it's got how many times Illuminati's mentioned 21 times. Okay. Strict observance, Jesuitical leaving, reestablishing the prescribed dynasty is certain that at one time the power of the New Templars was very great and prepared the way for the Illuminati. What is this under here? The Cavalier Ramsey. It's the Knight Ramsey, devoted adherent to the House of Stuart. Oh, that's interesting. Endeavors to effectually carry out the views of his predecessors. 1730 attempted in London to lay the basis of Masonic reform, according to which the Masonic legend referred to the violent death of Charles I, while Cromwell and his partisans represented the assassins to be condemned in the lodge. I'm going to screenshot that real quick. He therefore proposed the Grand Lodge of England to substitute and replace the first 3 degrees of the Scots Mason, Novus, and Knight in the Temple, which he pretended to be the only true and ancient ones, having their administrative center in the Lodge of St. Andrew, Edinburgh. The Grand Lodge at once rejected his views, whose objects it perceived. He went on to Paris, where he met with great success. That's interesting. The sect of New Templars, not to be confounded with the Templars that afterwards joined the Masonic fraternity, but Hund seems after Baron von Hund, after all, to revered, rendered no real service to the Stuarts, though when Charles Edward visited Germany, the secretaries received him the most gallant manner, promising him the most extensive support, and asking him the titles and estates of the kingdom which he had yet to conquer. Thus he was brought to that state of mental intoxication, which afterwards led him to make an absurd entry into Rome, preceded by heralds who proclaimed him king. Hund seems, in the sad story of the Stuarts, to have acted the part of the speculator, the rite of the strict observance, permeated by the Jesuitical leaven, and probably an aim very indifferent from the re-establishment of the prescribed dynasty. It is certain that at one time the power of the New Templars was very great and prepared the way for the Illuminati. Oh, that's interesting. Let's see, we read that one. Illuminati in Italy. Count Filippo Strozzi. Sworn partisans. Mystical and alchemistical, and in opposition to the Rosicrucians. That's where it gets interesting, because it's like, I've seen a couple other books say the Illuminati were in opposition to the Rosicrucians. I mean, that could be why the Illuminati may have went to the Nazism, and the Rosicrucians went to, or no, I'm getting that in reverse. The Illuminati went to communism. The Rosicrucians went to Germany to only accepted candidates who'd passed through the first 3 degrees of the York Rite. Wait a minute, what? Illuminati in Italy only accepted people through the first 3 degrees of the York Rite. That's very interesting. Just screenshot that. Naples, what's that? Let's see. What is this one here? Cagliostros, hydromancy. Yeah, well, it's, I guess it's relevant. So, animal magnetism, blah, blah. Okay, so here it's talking about Strofer, one of the leaders of the Illuminati, Strofer. Refused to join the Egyptian Rite. Strofer. I'm not sure what this is going on about. Strofer committed suicide. What? I'm going to re-screenshot that. Make sure I get. Well, I think I got the whole paragraph. Cagliostro was a forerunner for modern spiritualists. Well, isn't that comforting? He founded the first lodge, gorgeously fitted in Paris, private house, blah blah. Yeah, so I remember Cagliostro was like a precursor to Crowley. Let's see here. Oh, this is interesting. Lee, Grand Copt in all eastern western parts of Europe, founder and Grand Minister of Egyptian Masonry. Make known to all who may read this that during our stay at Lyons, many members of the Lodge of the Orient and Ordinary Rite, which has adopted a distinguishing title of wisdom, have expressed their ardent wish to place themselves under our rule. Let's see, Strasbourg, Ladies Lodge at Hague. Adoptive Masonry. Oh, yeah, that's talking about the women's right, Egyptian right. Okay, let's see here. What is this talking about? Call gamblers, Jesuits, foxes, Illuminati, wasps. Oh, that's weird. What? Where does that start? Members also refer to. Oops. Oh, damn it. Oh, why is my mouse fucking up? Okay, what is this under? Pretended objects of the order. German Order of the Rose. Okay, so it's a Rosicrucian order. The Order of the Rose. Let's see here. Displaying. Okay, so members were furnished with a small ticket giving the explanation of certain terms used by Grossing in his rules and regulations. Thus, Freemasons were called gamblers, Jesuits were called foxes, Illuminati were called wasps, ghost seers were gnats, etc. The rules were called a shell or case of thorns. Members, to recognize each other, would say thorns, to which the other would reply forest, after which each would produce his ribbon and ticket. In 1787, the order counted about 120 members, but having no innate vitality, being in fact but a company of triflers. Many of them withdrew, and finding the whole order but a scheme of grossing to put money into his pocket. Professional follies. Okay, so let's skip that here. Okay, what is this talking about? Anti-Masonic publications. Okay. Okay. Well, I went through this part before. Oh, this is the Carbonari, isn't it? Let's see. Vendita Lodge. Code of Carbonarism. Okay. Ritual of initiation. Let's see here. Okay. Okay, so but as in other societies as that of the Illuminati, the object was not at the first onset to alarm the affiliated. His disposition had first to be tested before the real meaning of the ritual was revealed to him. Still, some of the figures betray themselves, though sedulously concealed. The furnace is the collective work at which the carbonary labor, the sacred fire that keep them alive. Flame of liberty, blah blah. Okay. Let's go to the next one here. Okay, it was stated in the sect the Grand Master Grand Elect was the highest carbonary degree, blah blah, called the seventh, to which few members were admitted. The Principi Sumo Patriarcho alone. The real object of carbonarism was revealed, that its aim were identical to those of the Illuminati. Ooh. Well, that's interesting. Let's go next one here. The Bourbon Kings and Carbonarism. Echinus and the Illuminati. What is this talking about? Is this an oath? Okay, so the Carbonari, he required them to take the following oath. IAB, that's the name for an apprentice or something. Promise, swear upon the Trinity, upon the cross, blah blah. Avenging instrument of the perjured, to live and die in the Roman Catholic and Apostolic faith, defend, blah blah. Calderari, swear never to offend, blah blah. Swear eternal hatred to Masonry and its atrocious protectors, as well as to all Jansenists, materialists, economists, and Illuminati. Oh, that's interesting. So Carbonari is swearing against Masonry and Illuminism. Let's see. Let's see. But the king, having learned that his minister, attempting without his knowledge, deprived him of his office and banished him, thus his efforts came to nothing. 1819 took place the rising of Cadiz, by which the King of Spain, Ferdinand VII, was compelled to give Spain constitutional privileges. This again stirred up the Carbonari. There was no unanimity in the councils. Oh shit, it's pouring out. Attempt made in 1820 extorted a constitution. The leader was Abbe Menaccini. The influence of the Carbonari increased. All right, 1 second here. I'm just gonna go look outside for a minute. Okay. Yeah, the what time is it? Almost 4. I'm feeling pretty burned out. I might just pass out here. Oh, let's see. Yeah, I guess there was a couple news topics here. So Elon Musk is saying that Hitler was a left-wing socialist. I definitely agree with him, but I would add the term racial socialist. That's seems like there's many forms of it going around here in the world. Let's see here. Let's see. News. Oh yeah, so in Ireland, some IRA thing is threatening civil war if the migrants aren't removed from Ireland. That's pretty interesting. What else do we got here? Well, I guess I'm probably gonna pass out here. It's a Sharia law garbage. Taiwan. Let's see. Yeah, I think I'm gonna pass out. I'm pretty tired. No, maybe I'll throw a beat on. It's already scared everybody away. Let's see. Yeah, I'll just put this one back on. Let's see. Yo. I throw a rap down because you act clown. Yo. Yo. Trials and tribulations. Smoke weed with defibrillation. Yo, this is. Yo, I rap the motherfucking nothing, chillin' like. Yo, let me switch to beat. I can't do it. Okay, let's go this way. I think I'm too stoned. I felt all dyslexic. Yo, I rap. Yo, I rap like I'm dyslexic. Leaves you perplexed quick. Yo, make the next trip. Smoke weed like motherfuckers. Get ripped. Yo, WWF tiptoeing like I'm Hulk Hogan. Motherfucking slogan. Talk shit knowing. Motherfucking no one. So run from the microphone cause you're so done. Yo, I don't know. Yo. Yo, you rap black, trying to replicate. Yo, motherfuckers, out your mouth it defecates. Motherfucking, your brain is made from legislation. Talk shit, no motherfucking brain. I don't know, education. I don't know. Yeah, let's see. Yo. Anybody got any cool rap words to rap about? Yo. Consequentially, mentally, yo. Regret and leave, and motherfucker be the next to believe. Talk shit, roll up an extra sleeve. Yo, motherfucker, I'm the next to breathe. Smoke, talking shit to folks, saying jokes, rapping about the motherfucking road, chilling like my brain just corroded, folded, come back like the oceans, the sands of the time, and this planet is mine. Yo, the illuminati can't stand the design. Yo, I rap from my mind, motherfucking chilling like it happens all the time. Yo, I'm counting time, motherfucking bouncing, chilling, motherfuckers. I keep hearing thunder. Just put me on. Yo. Yo. I'm sitting, chilling, stupendous, trying to live in Venice. Y'all motherfuckers trying to pass the line of scrimmage, chilling like I vanish, come back speaking motherfucking lavish, motherfucking chilling like, I don't know. Yo, I'm trying to eat food and turn invisible, see through, then use magical powers to defeat you. Yo, rap about it, come back, then I'll laugh about it. Motherfucking rowdy in this clouds. Wait, I forgot. In the sky, cloudy. Yo. It's like a good routine tech beat. Yo, it's over. The hunt for Red October. Back to the motherfucking sober. Chilling like motherfucking. Yo. Yo, like Mike Tyson, if you blink, you miss. You'll never sink a fist. I motherfucking throw a punch, you motherfucking miss. Yo, you pissed, chilling like I'm in bliss. Motherfucking, I don't know. Yo, I'm in the physics. Rap. Yo. There's a lot of thunder outside. Yo, I'm a rap scientist, motherfucker. Pick up the microphone and you try to miss, motherfuckers. Yo, I'm defining this rap, motherfucker. eccentrical, come back like electrical. Y'all motherfuckers rap is identical. Yo, nah, I already said that earlier. Yo, you too perplexed to know why I never step on toes. Coming back, motherfucking, directing those motherfucking words I say, divided my mind like, I don't know, switch this beat. Greenland. Let's go. I don't know what I should rap about. Anybody got any rap words? One word. Something cool. Maybe I can think of something I wrote. I can never think of anything. It's always making shit up. Yo. I shine this light. Wait, what is this? I forgot how it goes. Yo. Nah, I can't think of my own words here. Yo. This reminds me of like playing a video game or something. Okay, I'm going back to this other beat. Yeah, we're going back to the Tang stuff. Yo, I take a full 40, pour it on the ground slowly for the motherfucking OGs that know me. Motherfucking chillin' like motherfuckers got old beef, but I eat steaks like bitch, you a week late. I talk shit, I need a rebate. Yo, your mind seems blank, but I make the statements, talk shit. And then I heard you're on some deranged shit. Yo, motherfucking strange shit. Yo. I can't think of anything. I was trying to rap like Wu-Tang. I don't know if it sounded like it. Yo. I'm rap like in the city streets, but I'm quick to leave because of the motherfucking pollution. Go back to the country where there's a solution. Breathe air that's pure. Yo, trying to find the cure. Yo, don't look in manure. Yo, I'm trying to get shit that's newer. Yo, on a motherfucking stupor, chillin' like in the north like a U-bird. Y'all motherfuckers, I don't know. Yo, your raps are hogwash. You backed out, you got lost. Y'all motherfuckers cold, you got frost. Yo, talk shit. Yo, fucking I don't know. Rap forensically, come back like I'm motherfucking, I'm at the beat. Yo, comprehend and defeat you. Come back for the sequel, yo. And that you lack all the equal, yo. Talking to people, yo. I heard that you're deceitful, yo. I seen the truth and I reached through the deception. Talk shit, motherfucking, it's an affliction, yo. Come back like make bad decisions, yo. Cause I got rap religions, yo. And I make motherfucking, I don't know. Yo. I rock rhymes nationwide, but not motherfucking universal. Talk shit in reversal, yo. Motherfucking disperse dope. Talk shit like it's worse though, yo. 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 I'm trying to eat in a wonton with a katana like y'all gone. Smoke weed like motherfucking yawn. It's boring, I'm snoring. About to fall asleep while y'all just creep. Talk shit. Yo, this all is deep in this conspiracy. Trying to rap, but y'all ain't hearing me. Smoke weed, and it's apparently, yo, gotta see with clarity, yo, like it's Beverly, yo, nah. Alright, one more. Let me go back to this one. One more. Different one. I think it's that one. Yeah. I don't want to rap about. Yo, fuck Russia and fuck the perestroika. Motherfuckers read Reuters. Wait. Yo. Yo, I rap and I forecast it like I have more passion. Come back like, yo, the floors. It's not. Yo, rap like I'm from America, and I made a clerical error, talking shit. Beware, bro, the motherfucking Paul Bearers talk shit. Yo, rap like I'm embarrassed. Yeah. Yo, rap like Ferris Bueller, coming back like motherfucking. I don't rhyme with that. Yo, I rap, so I start the beat, coming back like it's hard to see. Yo, so I start to speak, motherfucking, yo, not far from reach is the intelligence. Come back like repping it, motherfucking, you some shit, don't step in it. Yo, I left in prep, coming back like an etch a sketch. Yo, motherfuckers, the next to step. Yo, I can't think of any words. Yo, I rap fantastic, motherfucking talk shit. Yo, I'm elastic, come back with a backflip ninja. What the fuck, I just send ya back to the spot quick, change the topic. Y'all motherfuckers on some drop kicks. I don't know. Yo. I rap repeatedly, defeat the weak, talk shit like, yo, I need to eat and leave, motherfucking sleep. Alright, I'm going to sleep. Alright. Hit the like button. Peace out.